So the minimum amount of time which can be represented in the Microsoft project is minutes. So to tell me what is greater than minutes?
Hours.
Hours. And next?
Like half a day or
So you
full
can
day.
say day.
Yes, days.
Day. So what is the greater than day?
Month.
No, weeks.
Yes, sir. Oh, sorry.
Yeah. So after the weeks, you have got months. So, these
Month.
are the duration units which you can represent in the Microsoft project. Months, then the hours, then days, then weeks, and then months. So M is for the minutes. Sorry. So minutes, hours, days, weeks, and months. So, just remember the difference between the minutes and the month is the MO. So month is MO and the minutes is M. So you
Okay,
can
sir.
enter these duration spans into the duration column. There is a column there. Besides each task, you can enter this. Now, what happens once you enter this duration? So what the software does, it will create a start date. So, it will write like this, start and finish in the start and finish column. So it will create the start and finish dates of the activities or the task which you are entering, right? For the project work to be done, you have to write all the activities or the task. Now, the dates are not having just only the date, but that is inclusive of the time also. The software is calculating the time also. So the schedule is like start and finish, right, guys? The schedule is having the start date and the finish date for each and every activity. The duration is entered by you and the schedule is created by the software. The software will calculate. So normally, so what happens that a new when a person newly becomes a project manager, so naturally he has a tendency to use the Excel. Have you used the Excel for planning your activities sometime?
Yes, sir. Yes, sir.
Yeah, so you may have used it, which is a natural thing to do, and which is an instinctive thing to do also. Now, what happens that after some time you would realize that the schedule is very difficult to maintain. If you have to insert any activities in between the existing ones, then you will have to manually change. Sometimes people use some formula like they enter the duration plus start date equal to the finish date, and then the next and the next, and then it becomes jumbled up. If there are lots of activities and you have to update something, it becomes jumbled up. So that's not so easy to calculate. Okay, so that's why we need the specialized software. So the time is represented by the duration and schedule. The duration comes from your expert knowledge or your expert judgment. It is coming from your experience of working in the domain. So in the beginning you would be working like a technical person. So after some time, so after you gain the knowledge of the project life cycles, so then you will be given the responsibility for planning the entire project and then delivering it. Okay.
Okay, sir.
So that will be basically entailing. So you will have to take care of the schedule, you have to take care of the resource, you will have to take care of the risk, quality, everything you will have to take care of. Now that is why you need to learn the Microsoft project, because the Microsoft project will make it very easier for you to calculate the schedule. But the duration will come from your engineering knowledge. Okay, is this clear?
Yes, sir.
So now there is another term called the price, and which is associated with the cost. So I'm sure that you have heard both these terms, the price and the cost. So you just tell me that what you feel is price and what you feel is cost.
The expenses, sir, like the cost means the expenses for making any uh like uh, like how much to build that structure, like what is that, that is kind of called as cost.
Yeah, cost
And
is the amount of money to make something.
yes, sir.
Yeah.
Like price is like how much I can try to pay for that service, or how much I want to pay for that service for the product, sir.
See, basically the cost and price, both of them are the amounts of money.
Yes, sir.
Both of them are money. First of all, you just keep this in mind. Now, what is the cost? Basically, the cost is the amount of money which you spend on the which you spend to get the project work done. Which you spend to get the project work done. So when you spend to get the project work done, so you spend for three things. The three things are the men, machines, materials. But there is a fourth of a component also, which is the cash. So these four components, man, machines, material. So can you do the project work without man, machine, material?
No, not at all, sir.
So every kind of domain, they use the man, machine, material, whether you are doing civil, mechanical, electrical, structural, or even software engineering or IT engineering, everywhere you need the man, machine, material. So making the movie is also is a project. So maybe you might be using less machines, but definitely you are using the men, at least man, machine. Man means human beings. And the cash, basically, what is the purpose of the cash? The cash is used, it's an amount of money which is the budgeted, which is the planned amount of money, which is used to get the work done by external resource, like your subcontractors, right?
Yes, sir.
So that would be that amount of money, because for the subcontractors, you are not measuring the man, machine, or the material. You are just only quantifying the result. You say to the subcontractor, this is what I want to get done from you. So you get this done and you tell me that how much money you would be charging me. So that would be the cost. Now, what is the price? Price is basically, it is the value index, of the product. Now, what is the product? See, product is the outcome of a project. So whatever you have created the structure, or maybe you created a building, maybe you created a software, maybe you created a movie, it's a product. It is a production. It has been produced by the work. Okay. Now, in the human society, we are exchanging two values. One is the goods and one is the services, right?
Yes, sir.
Now, what was there earlier when there was no money? There was barter system. You must have heard about those, or you must have read about those in your history classes sometimes in the school. Barter system, have you heard? Barter,
Yes, sir.
BRTR, barter system. Barter means exchange. Now, the people will gather in at one place. So, those places are now called the marketplaces. So, what the people will do? They will barter. Now, how they are going to barter? So, they will bring all their stuff to one place, and a person who has something to exchange, so he will give it and they will barter, and one person will give another stuff to another person. So there was no currency, there was no coin or nothing like that. People would exchange the goods, services directly. Now, what happened sometime that mankind realized that this is something which is very inconvenient. So you're still left with your goods and it is sort of unexchanged. So, which might be a perishable also. So that will go waste. So after that, what mankind did, so they created certain metal disk, precious metals. So what were the precious metals in early times? Copper, bronze, silver, gold. These are precious metals. They cut them into round discs and they called them as coins. Now, what they did, instead of basically exchanging the goods, they will exchange the coins. So suppose if I have coins, lot of coins with me, the coins are not going to perish, right?
Yes, sir.
Suppose if I need food, so I will go to the exchange place, the barter place, and I will give the coins and get something which I need. And if I have access of something, if I'm producing something, some fruit or vegetable, so what I will do, I will take the fruit and vegetable to the barter place and I will take the coins. I'll take the coins and store them with me, right?
Yes, sir.
So I won't have access of any perishable item, right?
Yes, sir.
So that was quite convenient. So people created the money. And so the number of the coins represented the value of any item. Now, what happened that after some time, mankind realized that a lot of precious metals were being locked into those coins because the metals had their utility values, like gold and silver. They could be converted into jewelry, right?
Yes, sir.
So their value was more than the value of the coins. Okay, so what they did, so they removed the metals from the barter system. Then the government, the local authorities, they started printing. They started printing the currency, right?
Yes, sir.
They started printing the currency. So on the paper, the values were written. Like in India, we have got the values written on the paper, like 10, 20, 50, 100, 200, like that. So people
Yes, yes.
started exchanging the currency papers for the equivalent value of the goods. So that is why we say that the price is basically the value index of the product that we are creating. So between price and cost, what is there? tell me what is price minus cost?
Sorry, sir. I don't get your point, sir.
No, what is price minus cost? Oh, so let me write it here. So do you know this? What is price minus cost?
Like the margin, sir, you mean?
Margin is called the profit, but where does the profit comes from? See, the profit comes from when you create a value. So how do you get a better value? You get a better value when you create something of quality, right?
Okay.
So
Yes.
basically the value is created from the functional or the usage or the usefulness of the product, and that is called the quality. But to achieve the quality, you have to complete all the steps of creating that particular product. So your scope must be complete. Now, with the scope, there is one more word which is also associated with the scope. That word is requirement. So I'm sure that you have heard of the word requirement.
Yes.
So can you tell me that what is the difference between requirement and scope?
Uh, like scope is fixed, sir, like, but requirement is like based on that, how do like which one is really required at that time, or well, for which one?
Okay, so let me tell you that what is the requirement. Let's say there are four people, they go to a restaurant and they're
Yes, sir.
seated. Now the waiter will come and he will ask them, so sir, what is your requirement? Now, these four guys will say that I want food number one, two, three, four. So four people will state four food items, right? So they are going to tell their requirements. So after the requirements and will told, the waiter will note it and he will take it to the back end. So what is the back end in a restaurant? The
Like the
back
kitchen.
end in the restaurant is a kitchen, and the kitchen is managed by a role called the chef. Now, the
Yes, sir.
chef will look at the requirement. He will tell the waiter 12 minutes. So the waiter will come back to the table and he will tell them, sir, please wait for 12 minutes. Your food stuff is being getting made.
Okay.
So what
Yes, sir.
the waiter will do, I mean, what the chef will do, he will tell his team member to do certain task. Maybe it can be like this. He will ask someone to grind the spices and someone to do the frying, cutting, chopping, blending. He might ask someone to put something into the microwave. Okay, so he give them individual task. So what is the individual task? Individual task is the work that needs to be done to fulfill the requirement of the client, right? So they
Yes, sir.
have to work. So they have to work to create the required food items. So required food items are stated by the client. Now, what is the requirement? So basically, the requirement is the wish list of the client. Okay. So the wish list of the client is like this. Read this.
Wish list of the client stating the features and functionalities of the product.
Yes. So the client states the features and functionalities of the product. What do they want? Now, what happens that after the requirement has been gathered in a document, what does the engineering team do? Engineering team does the work. Read this.
engineering team does the work required to fulfill the wish list, sir?
Yeah, so that is called the scope. So the project manager has to manage the scope. Now, the project manager has to manage the cost also. Why? Because the cost is a limitation. Why? Because the price is a limitation. You cannot indefinitely push the price of a product because you have got competitors. So competitors are also doing the same job. Now, what happens if you try to push the price too much? So the customer may find some other alternative, right? So
Yes,
it
sir.
is a marketplace, and in the marketplace, and a lot of choices are there. So the customer may find an alternative, and he might get his job done by some other organization. Okay. Now that's why you have to limit the price. If you have the price which is limited, then what can you do? You can be smart about the cost. So how can you be smart about the cost? You can basically calculate the cost, which is the minimal cost and which is the optimal cost by planning the man machine materials and the cash expenditure, planning the total scope of the work, planning the total time of the project by using the Microsoft project. If you use Microsoft project, then you can do it very smartly and you won't be wasting any of the man time or the machine time or the material quantity or the cash, right? Okay. So now what is the quality? Quality is basically the acceptance criteria. So acceptance criteria means that what should be working properly in the product. So which will satisfy the requirement of the client, right?
Yes, sir.
Okay, so that is the quality. So quality is the acceptance criteria. So requirement is the wish list of the client stating the features and the functionalities. So the quality is like this. So let me draw this. So list of acceptance criterias. So quality is the list of the acceptance criteria. Now this acceptance criteria should be basically listed out at the beginning of the project. It should not come as a surprise to either parties, right? So
Yes,
it's
sir.
clear, it should not come as a surprise. So that is the list of the acceptance of the criteria. So this is the constraint triple constraint triangle. So time, scope, and the cost, and in between there is the quality. So this has to be taken care of by the project manager. And for that, you definitely need a software which will help you organize all this data in a structured manner and it will make some meaning out of it. So that is the value of learning the Microsoft project so that you can implement the project management properly and you have a grip on the project. So you have to basically plan with a clear value with optimal utilization of the resources and so that you have the right amount of the cost and you can fulfill the scope and you can achieve the quality objective within the limits of time and money. So working within the limits of time and money is called the project management, right? And you have to
Yes.
make sure that everything turns out right, which is matching the acceptance criteria of the client. So acceptance criteria, when matched up, it gives a satisfaction to the client. Okay, so here is something of value. So basically, we exchange that value with a money called with a money called the price. Now, tell me one thing: would you buy something which is defective?
No, sir.
No. So defective item does not have any value. And when there is no value, nobody pays the price for that. So if something has no value and someone doesn't pay the price for that, so you can say the price is zero,
Yes, sir.
right? So
Yes,
basically,
sir.
what does the price represent? Price represent the value index of the outcome or the product of a project, right? And to achieve that value, you definitely will have to do the project management. So that's why we say that the project management is a broadly practiced art and science. So it is a science in the beginning. So once you have lots of control on it, it becomes an art for you. The top management wants to ensure timely delivery of the customer order as per the scope with profit. They want the customer order to be delivered as per the scope with profit. And you have to take care of these three constraints: time, cost, and scope. Sometimes you might ask that why do I need this training? So it says I want to be able to plan the customer delivery in a more predictable and managed fashion. Predictable. So what is the predictability about? The predictability is about the date and the cost, right? So
Yes,
that
sir.
is the predictability. Okay, now the second is that I want to identify the key constraints, the key constraints, so which might affect the timely delivery. So what is the constraint, the limitation? So constraint does not mean that you are blocked from doing something. Constraint means that you are limited with time, you are limited with money, you are
Budget.
limited with resources. You can do something, but within some limitation, right? But
Yes, sir.
means that the work will not stop, the work will go on, but it will be either slow or it will be basically moving with some hindrances, but the work will get done. So that is the limitation. So I see I want to be able to identify an alternative solution to a task or a component well before it becomes a big blocker to the delivery. So alternative solution means that sometimes if you write a plan, though you might feel that there are certain tasks they can be substituted with another one if required. If something that does not turn out well, so I can do some alternative. So that is why you are able to identify an alternative solution to a task component before it becomes a big blocker to the delivery. I want to track the progress of my project as compared to the baseline. So what is the baseline? Baseline is the best planned value for the activities that you do in a project, the planned values. And then I want to use a more appropriate tool for the project scheduling. Appropriate tool for the project scheduling. So what is the scheduling part? The scheduling part is the creation of start and definite finish date. You must have a start and finish date for every activity so that you can track the status. But if you're not keeping any start or the fixed finish dates, so then your project might get delayed and it might be slipping and you just don't know. Okay, so what is an appropriate tool for calculating the start and finish? That is the Microsoft project, because it is also not only creating that, but it is also showing you the Gantt charts. So Gantt charts are something which you can't create in the Excel, because the Excel is initially not designed to display any kind of a Gantt chart. The Excel is just, it can display some normal charts, okay, which you can create from the data ranges. But that might not be suitable for the project management. For the project management, what is suitable is the Gantt chart, so which can appropriately be created using the Microsoft project. So that's why you need to do it. Now let's have a further look into the project, the nature of the project. So if you look at the project life cycle, let's say this is the amount of the project. This is the total cost of the project. Now what happens? This is these are the various process groups. So we start with the initiating. So, and then what we do is the planning. Then what we do is execution. Along with the execution, execution means doing the work. So see, this is the execution. This is monitoring and controlling. And then this is the closing. So it has been estimated by the PMI that, out of the total cost of the project, in the execution and the monitoring and controlling, so it is like 68 to 72%. 68 to 72% of the total cost is spent here in the execution. Now, what happens if you make a mistake here in the initiating? If you make a mistake, if you have done some work, okay, for the initiating. So what is the initiating? You are doing an initial groundwork. So in the initial groundwork, you are basically trying to determine whether the project is technically feasible or not. If it is technically feasible, then you should examine whether it is commercially feasible or not. So after that, so what do you do? That you are basically determining some work to be done, and that has to be documented. So suppose if you make a mistake, you can correct that. Let's say you make a mistake of $1, you can correct it with $1. Now in the planning stage, you make a mistake of $1, it might take you $2 to correct it. But what happens in the execution? That if you make any mistake in the execution, so that might run into hundreds of dollars. Now, the cost of the correction in the execution is very high because in the execution phase, you are using a lot of man, machine, and material, right? Is this clear? Hmm? Janardhan, you are here?
Yes, sir.
Yeah. So, you're using lots of man, material, and machines. So, it will take hundreds of dollars to make a correction. Now, what is the lesson learned? So, the lesson learned is that here, that you should do a very detailed planning here in the planning stage itself, right?
Yes, sir.
And in the initiating stage, you should make sure that the requirement which you have gathered from the client is complete and correct. So you should get a client sign off, and the client should state, yes, the requirements which are noted in the requirement document, they are complete and correct according to me, and we can go ahead. Okay, so that whatever planning you do, that is correct. And to make your planning very, very accurate, so you can use the Microsoft project. Okay, so that is
Yes,
the
sir.
thought process. Now we come to the next. Let's say there are two organizations. So in the first organization, so what is the thought process of the project manager? He says that we should plan quickly and we should quickly get started. So we should not be spending too much time in doing the planning. Now, what happens that in this organization, first they do something, they realize that they have not done it right. So maybe they compare it to the specification, or maybe they talk to the client. So client says, no, this is not right. They will have to do undo. So do you see this U-turn here?
Yes, sir.
Now they will do undo, redo like this.
Yes, sir.
Okay, so they will continue like this, do undo, redo, do undo, redo. So after that, the client says, okay, yeah, this is fine. Now, in the second case, what happens that they plan a lot. So they are using the Microsoft project. So they are creating a very detailed work breakdown structure, and they are detailing out all the work to be done. Now, after they have detailed out all the work to be done, so they create a baseline. So the baseline looks like this. Okay, so the baseline is basically very, very highly accurate and solid planned values of the work to be done. And when they start doing the work, so it looks like this. So the work is the light green color line that you can see. It goes around the baseline and it varies. So once the work is completed, and then they show the work to the client, and the client says, okay, fine. Now then, what is the difference between process A and B? Okay, if you look at the process B, there is something there that is the benefit of planning. So what is the benefit?
Like we can reduce the, or we can save the time, cost, and resources.
Yeah. So let's say the first organization is doing 10 projects per year, and the second organization is doing 14 projects per year using the same amount of the resources. Now you tell me that which organization will be more profitable?
The second one, sir.
Definitely the second one, because using the same amount of the resources, so they are able to do 14 projects. So they are able to do more projects per year, right?
Yes, sir.
So the first organization can do 10 projects, and the second organization can do the 14 projects per year. So definitely the second organization will be much more profitable, and it will be able to withstand any kind of like sort of the calamity condition like pandemic or climate change or something which hampers business. Okay, so it will be able to take the economic impact of some sort of recession or downturn, because the second organization will have some reserves. Okay, and they will be able to basically do the projects very, very cheaply, and very, very, they will be found to be very affordable by the clients also. Right? Is that clear?
Yes, sir.
So that is the benefit of the project management. And then this is the life cycle of the project, and these are the process groups within the project. So the process groups are numbered like that. The first thing that we do in a project is the initiating. Okay. And the second thing that we do after the initiating is complete, like initiating means initial groundwork, where we do the feasibility analysis, first we do the technical feasibility analysis, then we do the commercial feasibility analysis, whether the project is profitable or not. So we do the initiating, then we do the planning, and then we do the executing, and then we do the monitoring and controlling, and then we do the closing. So after the planning has been completed, we start doing the work of the project, that is the execution. After the execution while doing the execution, we are also doing monitoring and controlling at the same time. So the monitoring and controlling, it happens while the execution happens. So it starts with the execution, it ends a little bit after the execution. So after the number 4, then we do the closing process. So closing process means that winding up the project and closing the project gracefully. Okay, gracefully means that you are handing over documents, you are cleaning up the site, and everything is done. So, how does the Microsoft project work? So, Microsoft project has an control area. So, this control area is extending from the initiating to the closing. So, MS project control area. So this is the MS project control area. So MS project controls this much part of the area. So that is the initiating, planning, executing, monitoring, control, and closing. So this is how it goes. Now we have to understand that how we can utilize it. Now, one more thing we have to understand, that the project is not just about just these 5 phases. Actually, inside these phases, so what we have the 9 knowledge areas as per the PMI. So we have got to understand integration management, scope management, time management, cost management, quality management. We have to manage human resources. We have to manage the communication. We have to manage the risk. We have to manage the procurement. We have to manage the stakeholders. So these are all the knowledge area that a project manager has to manage. Then the project manager has to use the Microsoft project to control these 3 in very much in detail. Scope means the total work to be done. Time, so time means the duration and the schedule which needs to be created and detailed out, and then the cost. So what is the cost? So cost is the amount of money which is required to basically finish the project, and this amount of money, so it has to be basically, it has to be calculated very carefully by calculating the resources. Right, guys? Right?
Yes, sir.
So these are the 10 knowledge areas of the project management. Okay, fine. Now, in introduction to the Microsoft project. So what it can do, it can track all the information that you gather about the work, duration, and cost, and resource requirement for your project. It can visualize and present your project plan in standard, well-defined formats. It can help you schedule the task and resources consistently and effectively. You can exchange project information with other Microsoft Office system application and communicate with resources and other stakeholders via reports. It helps a project manager retain ultimate control of the project and manage project using a program that looks and feels like other desktop productivity application. Okay. So read this. What is written here?
Projects fail in the beginning, not in the end. Yes, true.
So project fail in the beginning and not in there. So how do the project fail in the beginning? Basically, what happens that you have to understand one thing, that how accurately plan in the Microsoft project is dependent upon the requirement gathering. The requirement gathering activity has to be done very diligently. You have to make sure that you have identified all the stakeholders on the client side. So everyone must be known to you that who is going to provide me the requirement. So all these people, so you'll be talking to and you will be noting their requirement in the requirement document. So after you have noted that in your requirement document, so then you will be able to create the product design or the scope. So that will be verified once again with the client team members, and then you can come to the Microsoft project and do the planning. So if something is not adequately understood in the beginning, so that will be visible as a failure towards the end. So that's why we say that projects fail in the beginning and not in the end, because in the beginning, we are not doing the due diligence in collecting the requirement and determining the scope. So is that clear?
Yes, sir.
Okay. So that is why we must use the Microsoft project. And so we must keep this fact in mind, and we should make sure that we don't do anything, we don't miss any process, so that the project ends up in a failure. So how does the Microsoft project work for us? So basically, the Microsoft project has a scheduling engine. So what is the scheduling engine? So this is basically having the power to calculate even 10,000 tasks in a fraction of a second. It can schedule. So if you have 10,000 tasks or the activities which are linked, so it can calculate very accurately and quickly that what will be the start and finish date of the each of every activity. So there are many activities, so in which you can write many softwares where you can write the activities. You can write the task in Outlook. Outlook has certain features, and you can write the task in the Excel. But in the Microsoft project, you can do a very accurate scheduling. So it is a very strong scheduling engine, right? So we will see the power of this. So let's see that what more is there and how we can use. So these are the features, dynamic reporting. So you can create this graphs and charts, and you can do this task paths, backstage view, OneDrive. So OneDrive, so these days, these days we have got the OneDrive, means you can directly keep your files on the OneDrive, like the Google Drive, Ribbon, Team Planner, synchronization with SharePoint list, manual scheduling you can do, placeholder task, inactive task, top-down summary, compare projects, okay, multiple name timelines, enhanced copy and paste. So, these are the various features in this version. So we will see that how we can use it. Okay. Now, let us look at the Microsoft project terms. So duration is the span of time, and fixed duration type activity where the duration is fixed by the user and the software can't change it. Work means the work effort done by a person. So work is measured like the man hours. Resource means man machine material. What is the resource units? What are the man hours? What are the machine hours? And what are the material quantities? And then there are activities which are the effort driven activities. Effort driven activities are those in which if you increase the effort, then the duration can be reduced. Then the fixed work means then any activity in which the total amount of the work is fixed. So the duration will increase or decrease based upon the resource applied on that. Okay. What is the over allocation? Over allocation means using a resource beyond the capacity. Then comes the leveling. So what is the leveling? So the leveling is basically when you are balancing the resource requirement on the activity, when you're balancing the resource requirement over the activity according to the resource capacity. So we are going to do it in a time. Okay. Now
Yes,
let us do this thing. Let us look at the Microsoft project interface. So now, Janardhan, you switch back to your screen,
sir.
and we are going to see that how we are going to do the project management using Microsoft project.
Yes, sir. So can I share the screen, sir?
Yes, yes, sure.
So can you see it, sir?
Okay. Now, let me explain to you what are the interface. The first thing that we will do when we start a project, so we should save the file. So I'm clicking on save as. We'll browse. The first project that we are going to create is lesson 01, scheduling with calendars. Okay. Now, the first thing that we will do, that we are going to understand the interface, then we are going to understand the scheduling rules. Okay.
Yes.
So the first thing on the interface is the quick access toolbars. So let me mark them out for you. So this is your quick access toolbar. Now, in the quick access toolbar, what happens that you can add certain tools to the top of the screen, and with those tools, you can quickly get a command done. So that's absolutely on the top. So right now you have only one, that is the save. So that is quickly accessible to you, but you can put a lot of the quick access toolbar there, and you can make the software much more convenient to use.
Okay, sir.
Now the next on the screen is the main menu. So this main menu has got ribbon, like this task. So this the ribbon is showing the sub options under the task. If you click on the resource, so you will be able to see the resource. So if you click on the report, so you will be able to see the reports. Okay, these are the reports. If you click on the project, you will be able to see the projects option. Now, these are the options which are related to the project. So, these are very intuitive. If you want to change something and you feel that it is related to the project, so if you go to the project main menu, so then you will be able to find the option which you feel that you want to do under the project main menu. So they will be appearing on the ribbon, right?
Yes, sir.
Then you have the view menu. It shows that how you can visualize the data. Okay, so it is like this. And then this is the help. And then this is the Gantt chart of the format. So all these menus can be configured also. Now that is the ribbon, and this part is called the ribbon menu, and that is the main menu option. So when you click on the main menu option, so you will see the ribbon menu options like this,
Yes.
right? So now, then there is another option here that you can see on the screen, that is the timeline. Now the timeline is basically once you organize the data, once you have put a lot of data, so you can basically visualize the data on the timeline. You can have the bird's eye view of the timeline of the major activities in the project. Okay, so that is the timeline. So then what comes next?
The tasks, activities.
Now we will have to start from the left side. On the left hand side, there is the name which is appearing is the Gantt chart. Actually, this is the view that we are currently in. So if you right click here, you will be able to see, if you right click here in the portion, you will be able to see the list of the views. Okay, so just click here.
Yes, sir.
So now the view, what you are seeing is calendar, Gantt chart, network diagram, task board. So click on the calendar. Now, once you click on the calendar, you can see the calendar. Now, in the calendar, you will see the task and the activities which you have noted. or which you have input into the Gantt chart. So basically, you can enter the data in one place, and then you can display the data in various formats, right?
Yes, sir.
Now you click here again. Now select the network diagram. So right now it is empty because there is no data here. Then you click here again, right click, and then you select, say, tracking Gantt. So tracking Gantt also has the same view. Basically, it is the Gantt chart. So the tracking Gantt is the Gantt chart, which is having a baseline. So the normal Gantt chart is used for the planning, and the tracking Gantt chart is used for tracking the project progress. Okay, so that is the tracking Gantt. Now you click on the left side a little bit more. So what you have is the resource graph. So you click here. Okay, so right now there is no data. So you click here once again, and you select the resource sheet. So resource sheet is the place where we list out all the resources. So we will be working mostly on the Gantt chart and the resource sheet. Now, these two screens can be accessed from here. So if you click here, you will go into the Gantt chart, and if you click here, you are into the resource sheet. So click on the first one. So it takes you to the tracking Gantt, but then there is the Gantt chart also. Here is the Gantt chart. So task usage. So let me see where is the Gantt chart. So this is the tracking. No, basically, we start from the Gantt chart only. So this is the option for the Gantt chart. So basically, the Gantt chart is the place where we enter the data. Now, to enter the data, there are various columns on the screen. Okay, so what are the various columns? So let me show you. Now, the first column that you can see here, it is called the indicator column. It, this indicates the state of an activity by showing an icon. You don't do any entry into it. Rather, it indicates to you by showing certain icons, showing certain visuals to you, right? So that is the indicator column. Then comes the task mode. The task mode, basically, it has got two modes. So if you click here, you're going to see a drop down. So the drop down is like this: manually scheduled or the auto scheduled. So in the majority of the cases, what we want is the auto scheduled, right? Once we switch on the auto schedule, what happens that the task will be created with the 1 day duration, the default duration. And for each and every activity, we can see the start and the finish date here. Do you see this? Start date and the finish date. So the start date and the finish date will be starting from today. Okay, so that is the thing. Now comes the duration column. So the task name is basically the activity that you want to be done. So you can write here, then you can apply your expert judgment to determine that how much duration you want it to be. You can enter the duration in days, hours, weeks, months. So you can use these units, right, to specify the length of the duration. So after you specify the length of the duration to it, so you'll be able to see the start and the finish date, right? Okay.
Yes, sir.
Then comes the predecessor column. Basically, there are activities which are related. So the predecessor column is the column which sets up the relation between two activities and which further helps in creating the schedule. Okay, so these are the columns that we have. So the columns are flexible to add. If you look after the predecessor, you'll find a column which says add new, it's a resource name. And after that, you will also find another column is there. So this column, you will see this column says that add new column. So just a moment, let me move the vertical partition. It says add new column. Now, so suppose you want to add a new column. So you have certain column in mind, that is the cost. So what do? You type COST, cost, and the cost comes up here. Okay, like this. And this is the cost column. And this is the vertical partition. So you can move this thing to the right or to the left like this, right? And this is the Gantt chart. Now, let me show to you that what are the various parts. This is the table. This is the Gantt chart. Now let me enter an activity here. So this part is called the table. So what does the table have? It has got columns. It has got the columns. Now, what is there on the right side? Right side, what you have is the Gantt chart. Okay, so what you have on the top is the time scale. Time scale, right? And this is the timeline. So timeline of the activity. Right? Is this clear?
Yes, sir.
And what you have in the middle, this is called the divider bar. Divider bar,
Okay, sir.
like this.
Yes, sir.
So these are the various elements of the screen, so which you keep in mind. And task mode, basically, that should be always automatic mode because that is the value of the software. Now, let's take a break for 20 minutes. And after that, we will come back and we will set up the interface and we will make it very much conducive to our user. Because right now, what you're seeing here, if you look at this non-work days, these are highly faded.
Okay, sir.
They're highly visible. And this quick access toolbar is at the top. It does not have the right number of the tools. So we are going to bring it down here. Okay, we'll bring it below the ribbon, and we will have more tools into that, right? So that it becomes very good to use. And then we will understand and identify what are the various icons on the screen and how we can use that, right? Okay. So
Yes,
let's take a break and let us pause the recording. So you can see the pause button down there,
sir.
and then you share your screen.
Yes, sir.
Okay, so just give me the control. Okay, now we are going to configure the quick access toolbar. So first of all, you just click on the file.
Sir.
Then you click on the options. And then you click on the quick access toolbar.
Okay, sir.
Now, first of all, we will select the option show quick access toolbar. So below the ribbon. Okay, so we will place it below the ribbon so that it is quickly accessible. Now, there are several buttons we need. So, I'm going to select this for you, 100% complete existing. Assigned resource, we need this. Auto schedule, uh, assigned resource, add. Yes, we need that. Then background color, we can use this. Copy picture, cut. We can use this. Font color, format painter, and open, outdent. I think this is the number of the icons, which is quite good enough to start with. So then we can add more.
Okay, sir.
View entire project. So there is one more option, view entire project. No, we don't want to show this. So view entire project will be good to have. Okay. Now this is the quick access toolbar. So I'll tell you that what the buttons do when we use it. Now here is a timeline. Now this timeline is basically would be useful when you have some data. So for the time being, we are going to switch off the timeline. So to switch off the timeline, you can go and you click here and you can uncheck this box. Okay, so after the timeline has been switched off, so we have got some space to do the planning work. Now, the first thing that we will do, that we will look at the system format. So in the system format, the date format in the Thailand is the DDMM YY format, so which is fine. And you are displaying the AMPM. And so now in the Gantt chart, what is happening that this non-work days, they are not being displayed properly. So sometimes when you are doing a display on the projector, so you won't be seeing these at all because so these are so light. So what you can do that you can right click here. First
Yes, sir.
you right click here and then you select non-working time. So after you selected the non-working time, you select the color. So from here, you will select the red color in this drop down. So are you using a wireless mouse or a wire mouse?
Wireless, sir.
Wireless mouse, it is just dragging around. So then from here, you select the dot pattern. In the pattern, you will select the dot.
I think would be fine, sir.
Yeah. So after you selected the dot pattern, you just click on the OK. So after you clicked on the OK, so you can see that these are the non-work days. So basically, right now that by default, the Microsoft project is set to 5 days a week work, right? And the working days are Monday to Friday, then Saturday, Sunday are non-work days. So this is the default setting and the default time that you're seeing here. So you're seeing the day of the week and you're seeing the date. Now, since to understand the scheduling better, we should be also able to see the time part also. Now to display the time part, we will go on to the file. So click on the file of the option here. So after clicking the file, so you select the uh, options, which is at the bottom. So after that, you are already in the general, right? So in the general, if you go to the date format, you will see multiple date of formats. So we are going to select one of the formats. So which will be like having the day, date, and the time. Do you see this?
Yes,
Yes. Yeah. Select this. Okay. Now you click on the OK. Now this will expand the data. So what you need to do to accommodate the data, you need to come to the edge of the column and you need to double click this. If you do a little bit of double click like this, it is going to automatically extend the automatically expand the column width. So it will expand the column width to the appropriate position. So now what you're seeing that you're seeing the day of the week and you're seeing the date and you are seeing the time also. So what is the time that you are saying is 8 to 5 p.m. Now 8 to 5 is coming from the default American standard
yes,
because this software is an American based software. So by default it will show their timing. So what is the usual timing in Thailand? What is
the
the
same.
it is the same, right? From
Yes,
8 a.m. to 5 p.m.
yes, sir.
Okay, okay. So there in the US, they also have this time. So it is going to show this by default. But if you have some other kind of the timing, okay, so you can change the timing also. Okay, so that's not a problem. So the
Okay,
date
sir.
format is going to display like this. And if you want to have any other kind of the date format, so you can choose from there. Okay, so this is the most detailed date format. So you can see the day of the week, you can see. Now we are going to do some planning. So whenever we plan for an advanced date. So we will select a date. So how to select and set the date of a project? See, whenever we want to plan a project, so we have to set a tentative start date. So the tentative start date can be set from here. You go into the option project, and then you can see there is a button here, project information. Now here you are going to select, you just scroll, you select the 1st of the January 2024. No, scroll right. We always plan for the future. 1st of the January 2024. So basically, I'm also trying to ingrain some best practices. Now the best practice is that you should try to plan for the project as soon as possible. You get a hint, some project is coming your way. So try to gather as much as data for the project as possible, and then you can start the plan of the project. Now you click on the OK. So you have got the 1st of the January 2024 and the 8 a.m. as the start. Now there are certain settings that we need to do. So first of all, let us understand that what is the scheduling rule. So to understand the scheduling rule, we are going to go into the folder. So here is the Microsoft project folder, and here are the documents. And in the documents, there is the MSP notes. So based upon these rules, so we will learn the software. Now, if you look at the software, so there are certain scheduling rules. So what is the first rule saying?
Created by calendar. So
Okay, then how many types of the calendars are there? Read the 1.1.
project calendar created automatically when a project is created. Resource calendar created automatically when a resource is created. And task calendar created only by the user. Schedule is adjusted by critical path, non-working days like weekends and holidays. So like totally there are three types of calendars, sir.
Yeah, so basically in the Microsoft project, there are three types of calendar: project calendar, resource calendar, and task calendar. And the schedule is created by the calendar. And the schedule is adjusted. If you look at the 2, 3, 4, 5, it says the word adjusted, 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 right?
Yes.
So now, what is the calendar? Where does the calendar originate from? Do you have any knowledge from your school time? What is the origin of the calendar?
I didn't get your point, sir.
No, where did the calendar originate? When did mankind create the calendar? And have you heard in any kind of history book? So, what was the original purpose?
Uh, I mean, I heard that like it's from uh like Zor Zoroastrian or
No, actually, what happened? That earlier man was the hunter-gatherer.
yes, sir.
And hunter-gatherer doesn't need a calendar at all.
Yes, sir.
Whenever the hunter-gatherer feels like he feels hungry or something, he will get his group and he will go out and he'll hunt something. Right?
Yes, sir.
So they are going to go out and they will hunt something and they'll bring home. So they'll bring home some animal, dead animals, or they will bring some sort of the vegetation that they thought was the edible thing. After some time, mankind developed a taste for fruits, seeds, and nuts. So then mankind started to observe that these fruit, seeds, and nuts they grow abundantly in certain part of the season, certain season. He started to look forward to those seasons. Then mankind observed the pattern that the seasons they repeat after 365 days, right?
Yes, sir.
Okay. So after the mankind was interested in the vegetables, fruits, and nuts, so mankind started to sow the seeds also. So because he thought that if you're sowing the seeds, so they are going to grow more, is helping the nature, right? So in the nature, so they grow naturally, but he can increase the quantity of the growth. Okay, he can increase the quantity of the growth. Then it will be much more beneficial and much more interesting for him to have them. So mankind became agriculturists. Now to become agriculturists, so they have to sow the right seeds at the right time, right? Correct?
Yes, sir.
So for that, mankind created a calendar in which the pattern of the season was being tracked. I'm not sure if they were having the 12 months or something. So the first calendar was created for the purpose of the agriculture. When mankind had abundant food and there was a lot of food security, then mankind felt happy. To express the happiness, they developed the dance culture. So first, the calendar was created for agriculture. Then they started to track the cultural events like the New Year. If you look at the Indian subcontinent, the New Year is basically is when you have a new crop in the
Exactly, sir.
month of the mid-April because mankind feels good. It is springtime. The weather is warm. The crop is new. Crop is ready. So they are assured food security for one more year, right?
Yes, sir.
Okay, so that gave development to the culture, and after the culture, sometime came the religion. Okay, so basically the calendar, what we are looking at internationally, that is the Christian era calendar. Right now, it is running into the year 2023. So it is based on the premise that Jesus Christ year of the birth is the zero. But we have a Hindu calendar in India, which we use for tracking the Hindu festivals and cultural event, that is the Vikrami calendar. It
Yes,
is
sir.
running into the year 2080, 2080. So, there was even a calendar existence much before that. So it was destroyed by the invaders, right? So those calendars, if they were in existence, we could be running into the year 5000. So anyways, we have a calendar which is running into the year 2080. Similarly, the Arabs, they have their own cultural calendar, which is running into the year 1425, right? So that is their calendar. So every culture has a calendar. So every organization needs a calendar. Why does a project need a calendar? So that the start and the finish date of an activity can be marked. So that's why we say that schedule is when there is a start date and a finish date for an activity. That is called the schedule, right? Okay. Now let's see the 1.1 rule, that is the project calendar. How does it create a schedule for the project? Now, the project calendar is created automatically when the project is created. So what is the name of our project that we have created? The name of our project file is scheduling with calendars. Now, where is the project of the calendar? The project of the calendar is here. If you go into the project, okay, and if you click on the change working time, click on this. After that, you will see it says standard project calendar.
Yes, sir.
right? Do you see that? Standard project calendar. Now, when we create the project 3, project calendars are created 24 hours, night shift, and standard. So the standard project calendar is actually the daytime calendar, and night shift calendar is the nighttime calendar, and 24 hours is the calendar in which there is a 24 hours of the working schedule, right? So right
Yes,
now you can see out of these three, the standard calendar, it has got a bracket in front of it. It says project calendar, right?
yes, sir.
It says project calendar. Now, this is the standard calendar which is controlling the schedule right now at this point of the time. Okay, so this is the calendar which is controlling the schedule. Now, if you look at this calendar, so in this calendar, the working days are Monday to Friday, and Saturday and Sunday, they are the non-work days. Okay, and if you look at the daily schedule, it says 8 a.m. to 12 p.m., 1 p.m. to 5 p.m. Do you see this timing here on the right?
Yes, sir. Yes, sir.
This is the daily schedule. Okay.
Yes, sir.
Now we can basically observe it that what is the daily schedule, but let us cancel out of it. Now let us first of all see that if I want to set the night time, so how do I set the night time? So you go to the project information first of all. Now, do you see this calendar? So you can basically choose which calendar is going to control the project. So right now we are using the standard daytime calendar. If you click on the drop down, you will see night shift. So you click on this and then you click on the OK. Now, after you clicked on the OK, you will notice that the timing has changed.
Yes, sir.
So that the activity is starting from the 11 p.m. instead of the 8 a.m. because the
Yes, sir.
11 p.m. is the night shift. So it works throughout the night and then it finishes in the morning, 8 a.m. So the finish time, you can see the finish time has got 8 a.m. and the starting time has got the 11 p.m. Right?
Yes, sir.
Okay. Now, if you go to the change of the working time, if you go into this and then you click here and you will see that in front of the night shift, the bracket is written as the project calendar,
Yes.
right? So it says now this is the calendar which is in control. Now we are going to switch back again to the daytime calendar. So click on the cancel here.
Oh,
No, not to worry. You just click on the cancel here. No, you just click the cancel button. Now we are going to switch the calendar back to the daytime. So you will see the schedule change to the daytime.
uh, so I have to go to this one, sir.
Now you click on the project information once again.
Project information, sir. One second. Yes, sir.
Now you change the calendar of the project back to the standard calendar. Now you click on the OK.
Yes, sir. Now it's changed.
Okay, you will see that the schedule has changed. It has switched back to the 8 a.m. to the 5 p.m. routine, right?
Yes, sir.
Okay. Now let us understand how it works further. Just a moment. Okay. Now let us understand it further. See, the schedule is controlled by the calendar, but we can change the calendar. We can reconfigure the calendar. So to reconfigure the calendar, let us create a specification. Suppose if I want a different kind of a calendar in which people will work 6 days a week and people are going to basically be working from 9 a.m. to 6 p.m. So we are going to create the Indian Standard Time calendar, right? Now look at the specification. I want people to work how many days a week? 6 days a week.
Okay, sir.
Do you see that? So six
Yes,
days
sir.
working week. Now which days? Which 6 days?
Monday to Saturday.
Yeah, so these are the 6 days that we are going to work. Okay. Now, how many man hours we are going to work per day? It is 8 man hours. Now, what is the difference between man hours and the hours? See, tell me one thing, how many hours are there in a day?
24 hours.
24 hours, but a person cannot work 24 hours. That is known fact. Now, how many of the hours are right? So it says 8. So we have all seen that since we were born, since our childhood, we have come to know 8 hours working day, 8 hours. But but the world was not like that in the beginning. When the industrial revolution, when the international revolution happened, so actually people were made to work even for 12 hours, 16 hours, like that,
Yes,
right?
sir.
Now, what happened that after the World War II, when United Nations was set up, there was another organization under the United Nations, that was International Labour Organization was set up. So International Labour Organization gave a set of rules, so which said that people should be working for 8 man hours. Okay, so the man hours were set to the 8. Now, this was fair because what the businesses said, they say, oh, if a person doesn't work 12 hours, then the business is not profitable for us enough to pay any good salary or pay any salaries at all. My business is not profitable if the person doesn't work 10 hours or 12 hours. But a person says that I get so tired after working 10 or 12 hours that it is basically affecting my health. So then what happened that a lot of the deliberations and decisions were done, a lot of physicians, doctors, scientists, sociologists. So everybody got involved, and then they came to the right conclusion that 90% of the people they can work 8 man hours a day, and which is good for the humanity. If 90% of the people they can work, so it's okay. There are 5% they can work more than 8 hours, maybe 10 hours. And then there are another 5%, the remaining 5%, maybe they don't want to work, or maybe they want to work only 2 or 3 hours per day. So they are better left to their own way of the working. They can find their own work. So 8 man hours is something which caused the industrial revolution. So people were given the shifts, and people could be employed in 2 shift or 3 shift, and the 24-hour working could be attained. So if someone was willing to work in the morning shift, he can take morning. Someone willing to work in the evening, he can take evening. And if someone was willing to work in the night shift, he can take the night shift. It is per their choice only. So that is the 8 man hours per working day. Now, based upon the 8 man hours of the per working day, since the organization, I'm going to create the calendar for it is 6 days a week. So what is 6 multiplied by 8? How much is that?
48.
So the working week will be defined in terms of man hours. So
Yes,
man
sir.
hours is the basic unit of time, and it is the basic unit of a quantification of a person's work effort, which is going to be used. So the working day is defined as 8 man hours. Working week is defined as 48 man hours. So now extending that, if 1 month is containing 4 weeks, so then what is the number of the man hours in a working month? 192. 48 multiplied by 4. Just check this out. How much is that? Check out in your calculator. Check out in your mobile calculator. What is 48 multiplied by 4?
192, sir.
Yeah, so it is 192. Okay, 48 multiplied by 4 is 192. Now you tell me that what is 192 multiplied by 12?
2,304.
Now we are going to take 2400. Why? Because if I'm going to have the 6 days a week, so you can see in the calendar, there are certain months in which there are 5 working Saturdays. So
Yes.
if you scroll down to the month of the June, you can see in the month of the, yeah, you can see in the month
July.
of the July, there are 5 working Saturday.
Yes, sir.
Now, if you scroll down a little bit more, you can see 5 working Saturday is there,
September.
September also. And 5 working Saturday and is there in the month of the December also, right?
Yes, sir.
Then five working Saturdays there in the month of the March also. So there are many months. So you are having the five working Saturdays. So so you got to include them. If you include them, so you can find that you can basically have 2400 man hours per working year's time, right? So after that, how do you subdivide the man hours? So the 8 man hours, which is the per the working day, so it can be subdivided into the three parts. So the first part will be from starting from the 9 a.m. to 1 p.m. So what is that? This is the first shift,
Yes, sir.
right? So 9 a.m. to 1 p.m. it is of the four man hours. Then comes the lunchtime. So lunchtime is not called the man hour. It is just called 1 hour. Why?
Just to have out sometimes no construction
Yeah.
activity.
Yeah, because it's a break time. People are not working. They're not putting any work effort. So that's why it is called the just 1 hour. Then comes the second shift. In the second shift, it is 2 p.m. to 6 p.m. So it is four man hours. Then the holidays as declared by the company, right? So
Yes, sir.
that will be incorporated into this calendar. So keep this in mind. So we are going to create this calendar first. So after creating the calendar, we will do the scheduling part and we'll understand it better. So now go into the Microsoft project. So after going into the Microsoft project, click on the change working time.
Yes, sir.
Okay. Now we are going to go into the work weeks. In the work weeks, we are going to set the daily routine. Now to set the daily routine, we have to click on the details. So in the details, you will select Monday to Saturday. You select Monday, then use the shift and down arrow to select all the 6 days. You press the shift button. Yes, correct. Yeah, one more. So for these days, we are going to set the specific working times. You read this text. Do you see this?
Yes, sir.
So select this one. Now you can start saying the time here. Basically, we are if we put any starting time and finish time, so that will be set for all these 6 days. Now the starting time we want for our day is 9 a.m. Just see how I'm going to write it. So I'm going to place my cursor on top of the cell, and then I'll just write 9 a.m. like this, without any space, and it will be in the small letters. Do you see that?
Yes,
Without
sir.
any space and in small letters. After that, so what I want you to do with your mouse, you just click onto this cell.
Yes,
Not
sir. It's automatically changed.
yeah, so it will get automatically formatted. You type here 1 p.m. Just type 1 p.m. in small, and then you click on this cell. Now here you type 2 p.m. because between 1 to 2 you don't have to mention anything. Then you type here 6 p.m. and press enter. Now after you do that, what happens is that so this schedule will get applied. So 9 a.m. to 1 p.m. is for man hours. Then there is 1 hour break, so which you don't have to mention. Actually, then you will mention the next slot of the working time. So the next slot of the working time is 2 p.m. to 6 p.m. So
Yes, sir.
after you do this, you click on the OK. So you will see that Monday to Saturday is now white. Now, what is the meaning of the white color? According to the legend here on the top,
Working.
means that working, and the gray means non-working.
Yes, sir.
Now, the Sunday entire day is non-working, and the now if you want to check, you should do some check. If you place your cursor on Monday, so you will see that Monday is scheduled from 9 a.m. to 1 p.m., 2 p.m. to
Yes,
6.
sir.
Not only this Monday, so any Monday perpetually. Perpetually means I don't know how many years the software, but it can program for hundreds of years because it's a
Yes, sir.
software. It can calculate the calendar, it can create the structure of the calendar for hundreds of years. So we don't have to bother about that. We just only need it for during our lifetimes, right? So if you select the Tuesday, you will see the same time. So you need to confirm that. Wednesday, confirmed. Thursday, confirmed. It is showing the same time. Confirmed. Saturday, confirmed. If you look at the Sunday, so Sunday it says non-work. So any Sunday will be non-working, no matter how far you go. So if you just click here and you go to very far in the future like this, and if you scroll it and if you go such far, so it will show you in the 2142 also. I'm
Yes,
not
sir.
sure if I'm going to reach there, so but it is showing. Okay.
Yes.
So the working time for 4th June 2142 is like 9 a.m. to 1 p.m., 2 p.m. So it can be basically set very much far in time. So now we are going to come back to the year 2023. Okay. Oh, we have gone back.
Maybe
Okay.
I'll try to.
We need to use the scroller for
Yes.
the accuracy of the selection. Okay, so we are into the current month. So we can see that these dates have been set, and after that we can click on the options, and we will have to set the week also. Now click on the options. Now in the options, it says the week starts on Sunday. Actually, professionally speaking, the week actually starts on the Monday. So the Sunday should be displayed toward the right side of the calendar. So
Yes, sir.
you just click here and you change it to Monday. Okay, now the default start time. Now I'll tell you, see, the default start time should be 9 and the default end time should be 6. So you should just type 9 a.m. and you should type 6. Okay, the man hours per day should be 8 because that is the standard set by the International Labour Organization. And in this current organization, we are going to work 6 days a week. So you can type here 48. Actually, you'll have to type, don't use the scroller like this. Okay,
Okay,
here,
sir.
the days per month, you just backspace 1 and you just type 4, or you just type here 24. Okay, after that, the project start date, days, hours, and then you click on the OK and click on the OK.
Yes, sir.
Okay.
No, it's
Now you will see certain changes in the calendars. Now we
yes,
will
sir.
check if the calendar has been set right. Now, if you see that any new task which is being created, it will be created in the manual mode. See, if I write here task 2 like this, if I say task 2, it will be created in the manual mode. Now, what is the manual mode? In the manual mode, the Microsoft project is not going to display any schedule, not calculate any schedule, and which is not of much use. So what we should do, we should go to the switch below here. So you can see this, just click this button. In this button, you set it to the auto scheduled. Now, what is the auto schedule? That is the real value of this software. So for each activity, the schedule will be calculated by the Microsoft project. But why do we need the manually scheduled? So manually scheduled activities are rare. So basically, manually scheduled activities are the non-engineering activities in which basically these are used for meetings or something in which the user puts in the date and the time. So they're like some sort of appointment holder. So, but the engineering activities, they have a sequence. So they calculate their schedule, like the start and the finish date from their own sequence. So that's why it is useful to have the auto schedule, because we work with the auto scheduled activity for most of the times, right? Okay. Now let us do this thing. Let us delete these two. So how to delete? You just click here on the side and select, and you just click and you hit the delete button. So you'll find there is a delete button on your keyboard. So you can use that to delete an activity. You just select the row and delete the whole row. Yeah, like that. Click it once again, the delete button. So the delete button on your keypad, you can tap it. Okay, now after doing that, you just write, you just go into the task name column, go
Yes,
into
sir.
the task name column, and you write here task one. And then you go to the duration column, you write here 6 days. Now, if you look at the 6 days, so you will see that some length of the bar is created. This is called the timeline. So this is called the activity timeline. Some length has been created. Now, let me do this thing. I'll temporarily adjust it, but I will teach you how to adjust the time scale later. But I'm doing it for this time. Okay. So, okay, you can see it a little bit better. Okay, so
Yes.
what you are saying is the timeline. So it is starting at 9 a.m. So you'll see a gap on the Monday because the Monday, the whole day is represented by 24 hours. But if you look at the timeline, it is starting from 9 a.m. So that is why there is a little bit of the gap, right, on the Monday
Yes,
because it is starting at 9 a.m. Now you write here task two and put the duration as 1 week. 1 W, small w. Yeah. No, you don't have to write the whole word. Just write the W, that is enough, and press enter. So after you do it, so do you see that the span of the time is the same? It means that they mean the same thing. If I say 100 centimeter or if I say 1 meter, they mean the same thing, right?
yes, sir.
Okay, now you write here task three. You write here task three, and then you write here, you can write here 48H. So 48 hours
Same.
also means the same span of time, right? Okay.
Yes, sir.
Now you write here task four, and then you write here 0.25 month, quarter month, 0.25 MO, 0.25 MO. So this is the quarter month, right?
Yes, sir.
Now, then you write next to the task four, you write here task five. Then you write here 2880M.
Sorry, sir.
2880M. I mean, what I mean to say is that 2880 minutes. No, no, 2880M. So you put zero. It's not zero, it is O. So you put here zero, zero numeral. Yeah, press enter. You see, and you press enter, you see that it also means the same span of time, same
Yes,
length
sir.
of time. So, all these, they mean the same span of time, that is the 6 days, 1 week, 48 hours. Now, it depends upon you and your team that which unit of time you are going to use, because that depends upon the length of the project. If the project is longer, then you will be talking in terms of days and weeks and maybe months also. If it is a shorter project, like if I have a training program for 3 4 days, so I'm going to use the time span of the hours and minutes, right? So
Yes,
the
sir.
longer the duration of the project, so you will be using the bigger units. Like if you look at a highway engineer, he talks in terms of the kilometers, right?
Yes, sir.
So if you look at a designer, interior decorator, or an architect, he talks in terms of meters and centimeters, right? Okay. So if there is if there is a machine tool room, so in which you will see people talking in terms of centimeters and millimeters, because that is the scale of their work. So if you are talking about a tailor, so tailor will be talking about a meter and centimeter because that is the scale of his work, right? Which is the normal scale. So is this clear?
Yes, sir.
Okay. Now these are the scale of the time which you can use. and we will see the schedule. Now, what happens that right now we have created an activity which is having a 6 day. Now you write here task 6 and you write here 28 days. And you write here, no, 24. Now 24D and you press enter. Now when you write 24, so normally a person would expect that it will finish on the 24th of the January. But why is it going up to the 27th? Why there are 3 more days extra? Tell me, what do you think?
And we have like those many 4 days to complete that task.
See, no. If you look carefully on the Gantt chart, so Gantt chart
So
was created by Henry Gantt in 1897, long time back. So the people did not understand this fact, though why I'm entering 24 days and it is finishing on 27 or more. If you look carefully toward the right side, you will see there are 3 non-working days intersecting the duration.
yes, sir.
So
So
the
it will automatically.
so the activity, which is the 24 days activity, it has to jump over the non-working days. How many? 3. It has to
Yes,
jump over the 3 non-working days and then be able to complete 24 days of the work. So how this activity will complete the 24 days of the work? So it will do 6 days here, 6 days in the second week, 6 days in the third week, and 6 days in the fourth week. So,
yes,
but
sir.
it will be having to jump over 3 non-work days. And just see that if I increase the duration by just 1 day, it is going to the which date? Which date will be the finish date? If I increase the task 6 duration by 1 more day, what will be the finish date?
Mondays, like Monday, like 29.
Yeah, correct. Yes, that is the scheduling. The calendar. So you put here 25 and just see what is happening to the finish date.
Yes, sir.
So do you see that it is going to the 29th because it is having to jump over another Sunday. So the
Yes,
more
sir.
number of the Sundays there will be, the more finish dates it's going to increase, right?
Yes, sir.
This is called the scheduling. The scheduling is basically inclusive of the working and non-working days. But where does this 24 days come from? The 24 days which you are putting here, it is coming from your expert judgment.
Yes,
This
sir.
is called expert judgment. So what is an expert judgment? So expert judgment is your experience because you have worked. The expert judgment is also your education, like your engineering. So
Yes,
your
sir.
the education teaches you a lot. So expert judgment is also your training, like your industrial training. Okay.
Yes, sir.
Expert judgment is also your organizational training. You got some training which is very specific to the organization. So it can have a combination of all these or more. Experience, education, industrial training, organization knowledge, and that has been passed on to you. So that gives you the expert judgment. So you are able to judge that what kind of activity is this and what is the deserved duration for this activity.
Yes, sir.
Okay. So is this clear?
Yes, sir.
Okay. So expert judgment, you put in the duration. Now you can just imagine that this is the month of the January, and month of the January is having almost less festivals in India. But if you can you just imagine that if I put the 25 days of the activity in the month of the October, do you think it will finish in the month of the October?
Not at all, sir, because
No.
we have the Asra holidays.
Yeah. So, it is going to spill over to the month of the November because we know
Yes,
in the month of the October, there are lots of festivals in India. So there will be lots of non-work days intersecting our activity, and it's going to spill it or it's going to move it to the month of the November. So when you are seated in a meeting, if someone is asking you that, Janardhan, please tell me what is the finish date of this activity, by which date? You say that, okay, I can tell you the number of the working days I need, but the finish date is dependent upon start date and the month of the work,
yes, sir.
right? So you say that I'll be able to tell you better the finish date if I am able to put all this data into the laptop then I'll be able to see the schedule being calculated by the software, and then I'll be able to tell you the finish date, because the finish date is different for different months, because different months have different number of the working days. Some months have less, some months have more, right? Okay, is this clear?
Yes, sir.
Okay, now this is called the scheduling. So scheduling is basically the creation of the start and the finish date, right? So the scheduling is done by the software. Is this clear now?
Yes, sir. Clear, sir.
So schedule, if you can see carefully, it is consisting of the date plus time. It is not just the date. So we maybe, if we are working on very long duration project, the time unit may be insignificant, right? We might not need it. We
Yes,
might
sir.
not need the time, so we might not choose to display it, right? But definitely we will need the date. We may or may not use the day of the week, but definitely we will use the date, right? So the schedule is combination of the start and finish date of each and every activity, and the schedule is created by the calendar. Now the calendar which we have created is the Indian Standard Time calendar. So definitely it has an effect on the schedule, as you can very clearly see that in the 6-day week calendar, the activities are getting done earlier. In a 5-day week calendar, if you put, say, 25 days of the work, so that would have taken longer. Okay, because there were 2 weekends. Okay, there are 2 weekends. Okay, now in this schedule, what can further affect the schedule? The schedule can be affected by the non-working days in the weekend. Now, there are two kind of the non-work days. So one is the weekend, one is the holiday, right? Let's say that your organization declares a holiday on a certain date. Now, then what happens? Suppose if your organization declares that the Wednesday will be a holiday. Now, so it's going to look like this. Okay. And any activity which intersects with this will be shifted further, right? Right or wrong? Now, if you look at the task 6, and if it is intersecting the holiday on the Wednesday, the 3rd of the January, what will be the new finish date of the task 6?
Sorry, sir. Can I get your point, sir? Once again.
I'm asking is that, suppose if your organization declares a holiday on the Wednesday and it intersects with the task 6, so what will be the new finish date of the task 6?
Tuesday, sir.
Yeah, date.
I mean, 30th, sir.
Yeah, 30th of January, right? So
Yes,
let's
sir.
see that how do we put the holiday into the calendar. Now, for
Okay.
that purpose, we will just a moment. First of all, let me go into the file and the options. Let me switch off this, this pop-up that come up. So show feature description, don't show screen text. We don't need that because that interferes a lot. Now, to set that up, the holiday into the calendar. So what do? You click on the, first of all, you will, of course, you'll have to select the project option. Then you will select the change working time.
Okay, sir.
No, not this. You click, you look at the arrow. Yeah, change of working time. Now you scroll to the month of the January 2024, because that's where we are planning to work.
Yes, sir.
No, January 2024 in the future. We plan in the future. We don't plan in the past.
Yes.
And you select 3rd of the January.
Okay, sir.
After that, you come down and you write here company holiday 1 and press enter. Company holiday 1 and you press enter. Do you see that what is the start and what is the finish?
On the same day, sir. The
So it
January.
is just finishing also. It is taking the January 3rd as the holiday. Now
Yes, sir.
click on the OK to implement it. So
Yes,
after
it's
you
same.
clicked on the OK, you will see that this task 6, it has extended up to the 30th of the January, and this is the Monday.
Yes, sir.
Okay, so this is the Monday. Now these activities from 6 days, they have extended to the 7th day, that is the Monday, right? Like this.
Yes, sir.
Now, any non-work day is defined as like this in the project management, because we have different days, like we say weekend, we say holiday, then there are a lot of terms. Now, what is a non-work day? Basically, when I say non-work day in the project management world, so one non-work day is the weekends. Second non-work day is the monthly weekends. And the third non-work day is the holidays, right?
Yes, sir.
Okay. Now, weekends means the regular weekends. Regular. Now, what is a regular weekend which is happening every week? Now, in this case, what is the regular weekend? So your regular weekend is the Sunday. Do you see this? This is the Sunday.
Yes, sir. Yes, sir.
What is the holiday? Holiday is this one. So holiday will happen only once a year. So each of the holiday will be distinct, like 26th of the January. So then we have the Baisakhi on 13th of the April. And then
Yes, sir.
what we have is after April, May, nothing, June, nothing, July, I don't know. In the August, we have got the Independence Day, and we have got
Yes, sir.
Rakhi, many other festivals in the month of August, September, I don't know, maybe there. October, we have got a lot of festivals like the Dashera, like the Diwali. Okay, so
Yes,
they're happening in the month of October, then November also festivals are there. Then in the December, there is Christmas. So, these are the holidays. Now, what is the monthly weekend? So now let me tell you what happens is that if the organization is 6 day week organization, right?
yes, sir.
So they have another weekend which is called the monthly weekend. So it might be like second Saturday, it might be like the fourth Saturday, or it might be like the last Saturday also, right?
Yes, sir.
So they will once in a month they will give an extra weekend for the people to rest and relax, right? So that will be called the monthly weekend. Now, how to implement the monthly weekend? So that I'm going to tell you, right? So to implement the monthly weekend, so what we can do, that we can once again go into the set, no, change of the working time, the options here, come to this. So after that, you write here, in this row, you write here, fourth Saturday off. Fourth Saturday off. So it's like a pattern, like, and press enter.
Yes, sir.
Now after you press enter, now what happens is that you place your cursor once again. Now it's going to select any random date, so not to worry. After selecting this row, after you have to click on the left hand side, right? If you want to select an entire row, you got to click here. So after you clicked here, you click on the detail. Now we are going to set the details of this. So it says fourth Saturday off. Now
Yes,
it is going to be a non-working day, so that's fine. Now what is the monthly recurrence pattern? It is monthly. So you select
yes,
here. Now you select this radio button. Okay, fourth. Now fourth, which one? Saturday.
yes,
Now you want this to be repeated every month,
yes, sir.
right? So that is why it is, you can say every. Now if you say two, it's going to skip 1 month. It might start from the day the month you start, then it will skip the next month, then it will do the next to the next month, and then skip 1 month. So it will use skipping 1 month. Now, when do you want it to start from? You say that I want it to be implemented from today, onward. Like, do you say this Monday? So that's okay. Now, how long do you want it? So if you want it say, just put here 100, put here 100. You say that I want it to happen 100 times. Do you see that it is going to this particular date?
Yes, sir.
Now, that is the 100th Saturday, which can find after the Monday, 24th of the April. If you
Yes, sir.
think that is good enough for your projects, the longest duration of the project will be covered by it, then you're fine. But if you think that you need it for a longer period of time, so instead of the 100, you can put there 110 or 120 or 130, something like that. You put there 120 instead of the 100. You put here 120 and see that what happens. Now, if you
Yes.
put there 120, you can see that it is going up to the year. Which one?
Like the fourth month of 2033, sir.
Yeah, it is going. So if you think that is sufficient for majority of your projects, your majority of the projects aren't going that long. See, let me tell you one thing. The
Sir.
holiday list that you put in your calendar, any kind of the non-work day list, the holidays for the year, that holiday list should be always longer than when you create the calendar, the list of the holiday should be longer. It should go beyond, much beyond the project expected finish date. So is this thing clear?
Yes, sir.
Why is it so? So it is so because if your holidays list or if your non-working days list or if your calendar is shorter than the project duration, then the finish date of the project would not be calculated correctly. It will seem
Yes,
to
sir.
have an earlier finish. But when you start the work, you will realize that actually it is not so early it is going to finish because there are a lot of non-working days which were not accounted for, due to which the finish date will get pushed. Right, guys? Is this clear? Hmm?
Yes, sir.
Fine. Now you click on the OK here. Now, this has been set till the year 2023. And now you will see this implemented here. Now, if you scroll down, you'll find that it is implemented. Do you see the fourth Saturday is a non-work day?
Yes, sir.
It is called an exception day. See, right?
Yes, sir.
Okay. Now you scroll to the next month, June,
Yes, sir. The same.
the fourth Saturday. Next, July.
Same, sir.
Next, next. So you know how far you go, it is implemented into the future, right?
Yes, sir.
So it is implemented up to the year 2033.
Yes, sir.
It is implemented for 10 years. So if you think that any of your projects aren't going to exceed 10 years, it is quite good. This is okay. This is fine. No? Okay. Now you click on the OK, we will see its impact on the Gantt chart also. Now on the Gantt chart, you will find that one Saturday is showing in the red color. Now you scroll
Okay.
to the right. So as you scroll, you will see on the way, you will see many of the Saturday. They will be the fourth ones. So scroll more, continue to scroll. Continue.
Yes, sir.
You see that?
Yes, sir.
Because that is the fourth Saturday of the February month. Okay,
Yes, sir.
scroll more and more.
Fourth Saturday of March month.
Next.
Fourth Saturday of April month.
Next.
Fourth Saturday of May month.
Okay, yeah, that's good. Now, if you want to come back to your activity, there is one more way. So don't scroll there. There is a button here. Look at this button carefully. It says scroll to task. Just click it. And you will see that your activity is brought in front of you, right?
Ah, okay, sir. Yes, sir.
Okay, see this. It is such a useful tool. Suppose if your activity is scrolled out of the screen and it is gone to the right side, but now you don't know that whether it is in the right side or the left side, it can even, the time scale is so long that your activity right now at this point of time could be in the next building, right?
Yes, sir.
Next building on your right side, right? You are now in the year 2023, February. Now, if
Yes,
you
sir.
want to find your activity, you don't have to scroll that long. You just click here. Click here. You
Yes.
say for activity and click. Right?
Yes, sir.
Yes, come. Now you can fine tune the placement because this portion. So this portion is having no use. It will have no data because you are not working from here. Actually, your project is starting the work from the 1st of the January. So this kind of the space is going waste. So what do? We just drag this line. Okay, we just gently drag this bar, or we can click here. Gently we can click and we just make sure that this comes adjacent to the divider bar. So this is
Okay.
divider bar. So basically, what is the divider bar doing? It is basically dividing the screen between your table and the Gantt chart, right? So it is dividing the screen between the table and the Gantt chart, right?
Sir.
Now I'm going to place it back there. Yes, I'm fine. Now this is the divider bar. I can shift it here. I can shift it here. Okay, so when I want to see more of the Gantt chart, so I can shift it here. And I want to see more of the tables, I can shift it here. And if I want a balanced view, so I can bring it in the center here, like this. Okay, is this clear?
Yes, sir.
So you can bring the data to the edge of the divider bar because before the start date there is no data for your project. So it is better to place the project at the beginning of the project near the divider bar. So this is how the scheduling is done. So the non-work day, there are three. Let me repeat once again. You can take a note. One is the weekend, regular weekend is the one. Second, holiday, and third, monthly week.
Monthly. Yes, sir.
So monthly weekend is not provided in the 5-day week because they are already having 5 days a week.
Yes, sir.
So people are resting and relaxing enough. Monthly weekend will be provided in case the organization is already having 6 days a week.
Okay, sir.
So what is your organization like? Is it 5 days or 6 days?
5 days, sir.
So it is 5 days, so it won't need a monthly weekend, right?
Yes, sir.
So you have taken the note?
Yes, sir.
Okay, that's good. Okay. So tell me that what would be your lunchtime?
12 to 1, sir.
So you are past your lunchtime, fine?
Yes, sir.
So whenever you need to go to the washroom, just tell me if you want to stroll out or something. So you should tell me. See, it is a one-to-one training right now. So
Yes, sir.
there's no need to rush. Okay, we are not going to rush the training. So can you attach the charger to your laptop? Because you know what happens many times, many of my students, they
Sir.
forget and it gets disconnected and it causes problem. Okay, so whenever you're in the office or in the home, always keep the charger connected. It will extend the life of the battery because then after a point, when the battery is fully charged,
Yes,
the
sir.
battery will not be used. The battery will go offline. Okay. Then the
Okay, sir.
laptop will be working from the mains. If the battery is staying offline most of the time, so the battery life will be extended. Because when you
Okay.
buy a laptop, the manufacturer says this battery will last you 2 years. So in one of my laptop, because of this policy, my battery is still lasting for more than 10 years.
Oh, wow. Amazing, sir.
Okay. So if you are at home or in a place where you have access to a charger, now when I'm traveling, when I'm at the airport and I check my old battery, so my old battery works for at least 3 to 4 hours. It is still working as a new one. Okay.
Yes, sir.
The battery gets charged, then it gets cut, then it gets cut off. Okay, now coming to the main point. Now, this is the project calendar. The project calendar is created along with the project. Okay, and project calendar creates the schedule. Now, you create a task 7. Create task 7, and you write there 0.5 day. So what is the timing you see?
It's 9 a.m. to 1 p.m.
Okay, now you go to the task, you write here task 8, and you write there 5 hours, 5H. Now, what is the time you see?
9 a.m. to 3 p.m. sir.
Now, why is it so? See, half day will be 4 hours, right?
Yes, sir.
So the 4 hours is finishing at 1 p.m. Why the 5 hours is not finishing at 2 p.m.? So when I give a person the task for 5 hours instead of 2 p.m., see, count from 9 a.m. to from you just count 5 hours from 9 a.m.
Yes, sir.
How much is that? 2 p.m.
Yes, sir. 2 p.m.
So why is it finishing at 3 p.m.?
Because of the lunch break.
Correct. Yeah, that is the scheduling. So the Microsoft project is intelligent enough to look at the structure of the calendar, and it finds that, okay, in the pattern of the day, so there is a 1 hour of the lunch break. So that is why it is scheduling the 5 hour task to go to the next hour. So if you give the task to a person, he'll say that, boss, 4 hours I will complete from 9 to 1. Then I will go for lunch, 1 to 2. Then the remaining 1 hour of the work I will complete from 2 to 3. Right?
Yes, sir.
Now you write here task 9 and you put here half week, zero point 0.5 week. No, no, no. In the name column, task name column, not here.
Yes, yes, sir.
You can't write anything here. Half week? No,
Half weeks.
yeah, 0.5 week. And look at the number of the duration in days. So how many days is there for the half week?
Half week, 4 days.
No, not 4 days, but 3 working days.
Monday, Thursday. Okay, sir.
Because it is intersecting on the Wednesday, so that is why it is going to the fourth. So don't be confused, right? So, that's why I'm asking you to do this exercise so that you understand that if the working day is intersected with the non-work day, if the working day is intersected with the non-work day, it will get extended.
Yes, sir.
Now you write here task 10,
Yes, sir.
and then you write a duration of half month. Half month. No, half month. 0.5 MO.
1 second, sir.
0.5 MO. Now, if you look at the half month, so it is going from 1st of the January to the 15th. So if you
Yes, sir.
reduce one day, which is the Wednesday, since the Sunday will be always there, so the finish date will come to the 13th, right?
Yes, sir.
Okay, finish date will come to the 13th, so that will, half month will be having 12 working days. Okay, first week and second week, it will have 12 working days. It will be looking like that. Okay, now you create task 11,
Sir.
and you write here quarter day, 0.25. So what is the finish time?
11 a.m., sir, on the same day.
Okay, now you write here task 12. So here you write 3 quarters day. It means that you write here. So what will be 3 quarters? 0.7.
3.
Yeah.
Four p.m. on the same day, sir.
Okay, is it right? and half day will finish at 1 p.m. Right? Is it clear?
Yes, sir.
And if you write 1 day, it's going to finish. Okay, so similarly, you create task 13 and you write here 1.5 day.
The next day, 1 p.m.
So it goes on to the next day and for 1 p.m. Right?
Yes.
Okay. So, this is what the scheduling does. So this is working through the calendar. Now, you can see that the task mode, each time you are creating an activity, it is having a task mode of the automatic. Now, what is the manual mode? Suppose I want a meeting. So what I'm going to do, I'm going to select manually scheduled. It will be very rare chance. So, this task 1, 2, 3, 4, 13, they are usually engineering tasks. Engineering tasks, they have a sequence, they have a relationship. But manually scheduled activity, these are independent. They are not related. So, do you see the mode change? It looks like a pen.
Yes, sir.
It looks like a board pin, which we use on the notice boards.
Yes, sir.
Now, I write here meeting. So when I write here meeting, so meeting with government or the official, it's not even an internal meeting. Now, what will happen if I want a meeting with the government? Let me write it. Officials. Now, what is going to happen? So they're going to tell me. So right now, they have not told me anything at all. So I don't write anything here. I just write this task. Do you understand? So basically, it's going to serve a reminder for me. Now, what happens that after some time, so one of my team members, he gets an appointment with them. So he says that, boss, we have got 1 day appointment. So I write here 1 day. So he doesn't have any further information. Which 1 day? He says that we have got 1 day appointment meeting with them. So after some time, he comes and tell me that we have got the appointment on this date. So, I go to the month of the January. He says we got appointment on the 11th. Then I write the 11th. So now it is going to create the finish time. Do you see that? It is creating the finish time.
Yes, sir.
Okay. So that's how it works. Now here, if I remove the duration, if I delete it, so it is going to stick with the start date only. It will not even calculate the finish date. You see that? So manually scheduled tasks, they work like that. So Microsoft project is not going to take the responsibility for calculating the schedule for this. The schedule will be your responsibility. And the schedule will be dependent upon the amount of the data that you fill in. Right? So if I fill in 2 days, now if I have a start date in 2 days, it's going to show that it's going to finish on the 12th. If I then write here half day, so then it will calculate from 8 a.m. to 12 p.m. Now, if I remove these two dates, I can delete them. So the half day will be gone also, right? I'll be
Yes,
left with the meeting. Just a reminder. And what is the start date? What is the date? So that is not known. So you can keep it that way, right? Is that clear?
yes, sir.
So if I'm going to insert a new task, so by default, it will always be the automatic mode. So if you want something else, you can change it. And do you notice that there is a question mark here? Now, what is the meaning of the question mark? So basically, the meaning of the question mark is the estimated duration. So by default, any automatically scheduled task cannot be empty. It will have minimum 1 day duration, but the question mark is to attract your attention. Question mark does not interfere in the calculation. Suppose you have certain knowledge about the scheduling of the task and the duration of the task, and you are not sitting with the subject matter expert. You are entering certain durations about which you have doubt. So what do you do? So to mention your doubt to yourself as a reminder, you can add a question mark. The question mark is not going to interfere with the calculation. Rather, the question mark will stick around, and this question mark will remind you that this activity duration needs to be calculated needs to be consulted from the subject matter expert. Right, guys? Is this clear?
Yes, sir.
So after you got to the subject matter expert, so the subject matter expert says that, boss, this is not 5 days, this is 6 days. So how you're going to write it? You will write it as like this. So this is called definite duration, or 8 days. So definite duration is the duration which is definite, which is totally reliable. And estimated duration is something about which you have doubt. So you can put a question mark. It is a questionable duration, right? Did you get my point now?
Yes, sir.
Since it is a questionable duration, so that's why you are going to put a question mark, because it has to be refined, it has to be defined again. So it is a questionable duration. So that's why you have a question mark here. So is this clear?
Yes, sir.
So questionable duration basically needs to be refined and converted into the definite duration. So once we convert it into the definite duration, we can then baseline the project. We can freeze only the best values of the estimation, because what happens when we are going to execute the project, we should be in no doubt that how much time we should be spending on a particular task. Is this clear?
Yes, sir.
We should not be in doubt. So we would be able to judge whether, as compared to the planned duration, are we taking the right amount of the duration? Are we consuming more durations? If we are consuming more duration and finishing less, it means that we are going slow. We need to speed up the work.
Yes, sir.
Right? Okay, is this clear?
Yes, sir.
Okay. So if this is clear, so now we will go to the next stage. So guys, no, there are no guys here. You are the only person. So here we have the project calendar. Now the project calendar will create the basic schedule. And after that, we have the resource calendar. So who is a resource? Man and machine. So men, especially, they are going to have their own personal vacations also. How many
Yes, sir.
days does a person work in a company? 365 days minus weekends,
Yes, sir.
minus
Public holidays.
minus the holidays, and minus if there is any monthly weekends, and minus personal off days, minus
Yes, sir.
personal leaves. So where is the personal leave stored? If you are going to basically to calculate that how many days a particular person should work, so basically you need to know his leave days. The leave days are stored in the resource calendar. So we will learn about the resource calendar. How does the resource calendar, it affects the scheduling of an activity. So the activity schedule has been created. Then it will be further fine-tuned by the resource calendar. It will be further fine-tuned by the task calendar. Then it will fine-tuned by the critical path, fine-tuned by the dependency, fine-tuned by the constraints, and fine-tuned by the availability and non-availability of the resources. So, the schedule is something that you must have a tight grip, because if your schedule is accurate, then your cost of calculation of the project will be also accurate. So now I'm pausing here. Do you have any questions regarding the creation of the project calendar and what is the schedule?
No further questions, sir.
No further
So,
questions, sure?
yes, sir.
Okay. Now let's take a break for 1 hour, the lunch break, and after which we will be learning the resource calendar, task calendar, critical path. Okay. So
Sure, sir.
I'm sure you are fine. So we will do it in a very relaxed way.
Sure, sir. Definitely, sir. Thank you.
Okay. So now we are going to learn about the resource calendar. So resource calendar is about the resources. Now, let us save a copy of this. So to save a copy of this file, you will click on the file and then you will type the name save as. You will select the option save as.
Sure.
After that, you will go to this folder here. No, practice projects here. Just click here and you type here 02. Okay. Then make it 02 and you write here scheduling and resource, scheduling underscore and underscore resource. Resources. Okay. And then you click on the save button. So this new file will be saved. Okay. Now in this new file, I would like to see the project. See, actually what you are seeing is the row number 1. So in the row number 1, you are seeing only the activity onwards. You know, there is a row number 0, which is hidden right now. So we are going to expose that. So if you click on the Gantt chart format, you will be able to see it. In the Gantt chart, you select project summary task. You will be able to see row number 0. So
Yes, sir.
project is the summary task. So row number 0 is basically summarizing all the details from below. So the first date of the project is there, and then the finish time is coming from the longest activity, right? And
Yes,
there is
sir.
something called outline number. If you click on the outline number, you will see a serial number which comes up. Now, this serial number is generated automatically as you enter the task, right? So
Yes, sir.
once you enter the task, it is going to come automatically. So now what we have on the top is the project line. Now, since the project line is too thin, so we are going to basically modify this so that we have something to look at. Okay, then we will come back to the main topic, that is how is the resource affecting the finish date of the project. Because if I have to look at the finish date of the project, so definitely I should have something visible. Now, this
Yes,
is
sir.
something which is hardly visible. So this is the initial setting. So now to make it better, you first of all, you select, you right click here, and then you select bar styles. After selecting the bar style, so then you select the project summary. So in the project summary, basically you will be having a dumbbell shape. So first of all, we will select this downward dumbbell on the left side, and then we will be selecting the downward dumbbell on the right side. Okay, so here it is building up, and shape, this is the bar is thin, so we will select the half width. Okay, and since the project itself is on the critical path, we will select the red color, and the dumbbell color we will select as the navy blue on this side and on this side. So this is the color of the project. So do you see the project summary? Now,
Yes, sir.
under the project, there will be many summary groups of activities. So now you can do the same for this. So here you select the downward dumbbell shape as in the project summary. Yeah, select the shape. Yes, correct. And you select the same shape on the right side. Now, in the shape here in the middle, so you select here in the middle half width. Half width you select here. No, this one. Yeah. Yes. This one you click it. No. Shape. Basically, the shape should be starting from the top. So this is the right shape, right? Now, after this, the color of the summary bar should be green. You select bright green, a little bit bright green. So there is a bright green here. So you can select this one. No, this is the color. You can just, if you look here, you can select this one.
Okay, sir.
Okay. Now on the right hand side and the left hand side dumbbells, you select the purple color. On both the ends, you select purple color.
Okay, sir.
After that, you click on the OK. See, this
Yes,
is
sir.
implemented on the project summary. Now the project line is very much visible, and the group summary will be visible when you create some parent. So when you create a group summary, like suppose if I create something like this, I say group 1. Then if I put a task 1 under the group, okay, if I select this task and I indent it, Now, what is going to happen? This group will turn into a group. Now, once it turns into a group, so it will acquire a shape. So I'm going to give it 10 days. So do you see that? The
Yes,
green
sir.
line that comes up. Now, this we will be using later when we come to the group summary. So we have done this setting. So with this, we will be able to retain the formatting. So this formatting will be retained. So if we make a copy of this file and use it as a template. So what we do when we start a new project. So for the first time, we will be doing the setting for the formatting, for the calendar, for the weekend, and we put lot of the holidays, okay, into the project file. So after we have done the planning with this file, so we keep this file as an archive. So what we do that if we have to do another project in the future, so we take a copy of this file and after updating the data, we delete something we don't need, we add something we need, and we update any existing data. So it comes with all the settings. Some of the data might be required also, so that helps a lot. It is just like in the Word. So you just write one letter and then you can keep on modifying and using that. Now this has been done. Now let us do this thing. Let us delete all the task except two. Okay, so you delete all the task except two. You delete all this and click on the OK. Okay. Now in this calendar, what we have is the holiday. Let us remove it first of all. Now to remove the holiday in the calendar, we will go into the project option. So then we go to the change working time. And then we select 1 and 2 and we remove both of them. Or you can delete one by one by clicking the delete button. Yeah. Now click on the OK. Now we have a 6-day the working. Now at the same time, we do not want the time part also. What we want is a compact date. Now to change the date part, so we go to the file and then we select options here. So after selecting the options, so if you look at the date drop down, so we select this one, which is the compact one. You see this 28 January 09. Okay. So we select this compact date forward. So you click on the OK. Okay. So after this, so we can reduce the size of the column. So you can reduce the size of the column up to this much. So you just drag the head and you bring it here. Drag the edge and you bring it to the just to the side of the column. A little bit more you can do. Yes, correct. Yeah, and do the same thing for the finish date also. Okay, so this column data is here. Now, after doing this, we change the duration of the task 2 to 6 days. Okay, or no, not 6 weeks, but 6 days. So both the activities are 6 days. No, instead of 6 days, what you can do, you make them both 12 days. Make both of them as 12 days. Yeah, so this also you make as 12 days. 12. So actually just look at the character which is going into this. Yeah, 12D.
Yes.
So after that, so we can see that the schedule of these activities are 1 January to 13 January. So that is the schedule. Now let us create a resource. Resource means we will create a worker. So not only one, but we will two. We'll create two. So just click here.
Yes, sir.
So here you write here worker one. Worker one. And press enter. So see, if you look at the resource types, there are three types of the resources: work, material, cost. See, work type resources are man and machine because the costing of the man and machine is based upon the time. Then the second type of the resources is material. The costing of the material is based upon the units of consumption. Units means liter, meter, kg, volume, okay, length, area, like that. So people and machine are work type resource. So their costing is based upon the per hour, per day, per week, per month rate, right? So we are going to select the worker one. So worker one, so by default, it's going to put the work type resource. Now the work type resource has a pay rate. So the pay rate is here. So basically, right at this point of time, we don't need the pay rate because we are not going to do the costing. But let me tell you, the pay rate of a resource is mentioned here. So do you see the standard rate? So in the
Yes, sir.
standard rate, you can write something like 10/s, 10 rupees per hour. Because at this point of time, our focus is on, yes, correct. Then you create the worker two. So you know how you can create the worker two? It's very simple. So first of all, you bring the cursor here, and then after that you select up to here, and you drag this from the corner. If you drag this from the corner down by one row, you will be able to replicate the first row. Just drag this down from the corner here. Yes, just from the corner, there is, yeah, that's it. You just leave this here. Okay, so at this point of time, we just need only three, only just two. Okay, so you just create two of the resource, and rest of the resource you can delete. Yeah, and this one you rename as worker 2. So if you press F2, you can go and edit the cell directly, or if you can do the double click, so you can get into the cell. After that, you press the backspace and you write here 2. Okay, so you have created two workers. So these two workers basically are work type resource and they will have a schedule once assigned to the activity. So from the left hand side, you right click and you go into the Gantt chart here. You select the Gantt chart here from the number 2. Okay, now you are going to assign the worker 1 to the task 1 and worker 2 to the task 2. Now you select the task 1 and then, no, don't right click. I'll just tell you what to do. You click on the assign resource button here. Now there is the same button inside the resource menu also. So let me show it to you. Basically, you can get the button from the resource also. If you click on the resource main menu, so this is
Yes.
the same button which you have here.
Yes, sir.
The same button. Now, what happens that if you want to access this button from the resource menu, you will have to click twice and your main menu may change. Suppose you want to work mostly with the task. Okay, but once in a while you want to assign the resource. So that's why we have kept these icons here on the quick access toolbar. So you can quickly access the resource options, even though you don't have to go into the resource, right? So that is the advantage. So you click here on the resource, the assigned resource. After that, you are seeing the assigned resource. Now, after that, you bring this here and you can see that the worker one is to be assigned, and you should always make sure that a task is selected. Suppose if you by chance you keep the cursor on the blank row. Now, if
Yes,
you
sir.
keep the cursor on a blank row, it's a software, it's going to validate you. Since you have kept the cursor on a blank row, you will see the assign button will be disabled.
Yes, sir.
So if you want to assign a resource, you must have a task selected. Now you have selected task 1. Do you see that? Okay.
Yes, sir.
After that, we will assign this resource by clicking on the assign button. So once you click on the assign button, it says units 100%. So 100% means that this person has been assigned to the 100% of his capacity to this activity. So 100% of a person means 8 man hours per day. right? Is it clear? Now, if I say I want to assign 75%, so 75% will be how much? 6 man hours per day. If I want him to be assigned for 50% of the time, so 50%
4 hours.
translate into 4 hours. And if I want to assign him 25% of the time, so the 25% will translate into 2 hours. So that's how it works. So whenever you press the assign button for a resource, by default, it is going to assign the resource for full day, 100%. But if you want something less, so you can go to the units column directly and you can put your desired the assignment by typing it there. If you want 75%, you can go to the units of a column and you can type in 75% there, right?
Okay.
Okay. Now, now you click on the close. Now you select the task 2 and you assign the worker 2. Okay, do you see that worker 1, worker 2?
Yes, sir.
Okay. Now we will see the timesheet, that how the task is utilizing these resources, right? So if you go to the left side, you will see task usage menu. Okay, task usage. No, no. Yes, correct. You are in the task usage. Yes, good. Now, what happens is that when you come here initially, you won't be seeing the timesheet here. Now, to bring up the timesheet, what you need to do, you select the task 1, and then you'll have to click on this button. So this is the scroll to task. So this also works in the same way here. It will locate the first day of the timesheet. Do you see that it has brought up?
Yes, sir.
Okay, now what do you do? So you have to basically bring this to the front. So, you just grab this bar, scroller bar, you slowly and slowly drag this toward the right, and the activity will get moved toward the left. Now, it is using a lot of space. So what you can do, go to any of the columns, and if you reduce the size of one column, the entire lot will be reduced. Do you see that?
Yes, sir.
So you can see here that this activity is 96 man hours because 12 were the 96 and 12 days. So you assigned it for 12 days and it applied the person full time per day. Now, if you look at the assignment of the worker 1, you can clearly see here, okay, you can clearly see in the straight line that every day from Monday to Saturday, it is assigning the worker for 8 hours, 8 hour, 8 hour. You can see on Sunday, it is not assigning because the Sunday is a non-work day, right?
Yes, sir.
Now, what happens is that, now let me tell you the story. Suppose the worker 2 says that, boss, you have planned it like this. I want to take a personal leave on the 4th. He says that he needs a personal leave on the 4th of the January,
Yes,
right?
sir.
Now, he is the only one who is going to take. It is a personal leave. It means that only his activity should be affected. So suppose if he takes a leave on the 4th, what is going to happen to his finish date? What is the current finish date of his activity?
14. Yeah.
13th.
Yes, sir.
Current is 13th. Now,
Yes, sir.
after the assignment of the task, if he takes a leave, so then what's going to happen to his finish date? So where will his finish date land? Where will it go up to?
14 Jan, sir.
14 Jan is a Sunday. Look carefully.
Yes, sir. Like Monday, sir.
Yeah, you should now learn. Okay, from the technical side, you should move to the project management side because
Yes, sir.
14. So, that's why I told you in a meeting, you should never commit any date. So, the human mind is not yet tuned to calculate the schedule because we know simple maths. You can add large numbers, you can do multiplication of large numbers by using some Vedic formulas. Okay, many children they learn that and they can, but the scheduling part is a very difficult part, right? Okay,
Yes, sir.
so the scheduling part has to be done by the software. So So that's why I'm telling people learn Microsoft project. Now, this guy is going to take a leave. Now, that's his personal leave. So whenever you plan a project, you should ask your people that are you planning to take any leave in the middle of your activity? Because if the person takes a leave during the middle of his activities, it has a impact on the finish date of the project. Now, if this guy takes a leave and his activity extends to the 15th, definitely it is going to extend the finish date of the project as well. Because the project is finished, considered finished when the last activity in the project is finished. Last activity in the project is finished, right?
Yes, sir.
So if his activity is going to finish on the 15th, so definitely that will become the new finish date of the project. So that affects. So now how to accommodate his leave? See, when we create a resource, I told you that in the notes, if you go in the notes, it is clearly written, a resource calendar is created when created automatically when a resource is created. Yes, now it is there. It has been created automatically. Now, how to locate the resource calendar? Go into the option project. Here on the top. Now you select the option change working time. Now you just click this drop down. So in this drop down, you can see worker one, worker two. You see that?
Yes, sir.
Now the worker one and worker two, they are inheriting the weekends from the project, right?
Yes, sir.
From the project. So whatever is the structure of the project, standard project calendar. So if in the standard project calendar, if you mark any holiday, it's going to be inherited. That we will see in a while. Okay. So let us do this thing. So let us go to the standard project calendar. So let's say that the boss of the company, he has declared a holiday on the 3rd of the January, right? So what's
Yes.
going to happen? So the 3rd of the January is going to be inherited by the calendar of the worker. See, right now you first have a look at the worker one calendar and scroll to the month of the Jan. So if you look at the month of the Jan for the worker one, do you see any holiday on the 3rd? No. And now we will look for the same month for the worker two. So do you see any holiday here on the 3rd? No. Now, let's say that the organization says that we are going to have a company holiday on the 3rd. So you write here, so you select 3 and you write here company holiday 1. And you press enter. So once you press enter, you will see that this option will go, this holiday will reach the worker 1 calendar. Now you look at the worker 1 calendar. Do you see that?
Yes, sir. Third is a holiday.
Third of the Wednesday become holiday. Now I'll select the worker 2. So if you look at the worker 2 calendar, same thing has happened. Now if you click on the OK, now you will see in the timesheet, you see that?
Yes, sir.
Because this is a common for both. This is a
Yes.
common holiday for both. So both of them are getting it. Okay, now let us add some more twist to the story. Now what happens is that now the common finish date has shifted to the 15th, which is fine because the one day is declared as holiday by the company. Now the worker 2 says that boss, I want a personal leave on the Friday. Which Friday? So you can count and tell me the date. So can you read the time scale? Can you count from 1?
Yes, sir. Like 8 plus 8, 16 plus 8, 24 plus 8, 32, 4 8s, right?
No. It is 1, 2, 3, 4, 5, 6 January. See, this date is the 1st of the January, right? And this
Yes.
date is the 6th of the January. 6th or
Okay.
5th? 6th or 5th? What? See, 1, 2, 3, 4, 5. Yeah, 5th of the January. So what is saying that the worker 2 is saying that on 5th of the January, this date, he wants a personal leave. Now, what's going to happen to his finish date? His finish date is going to shift by one day, right?
Yes, sir.
So his finish date will shift to the 16th of the January. Now, how to accommodate this? So let us do this thing. Now, let us go to the change working time. So after that, you select the calendar of the worker 2, which you have done, and scroll to the month of the Jan. Scroll to the month of the Jan. Now, you select the Friday 5th, select the Friday the 5th, and then you write here personal leave 1. In the first row, you write personal leave 1, and then you press enter. So, this 5th of the Jan will be marked as the personal leave for worker 2 only.
Yes, sir.
Okay. Now, this has been marked as the leave. So, do you see that the start and the finish date? So, start and finish date is 5th, and this is marked as the personal leave. Now, you click on the OK. Now, once you click on the OK, so then what happens? You see that this this date, it becomes empty. So, there's no work assigned here to the worker.
Yes, sir. Worker 2.
So, worker 2 is having his own personal leave on the Friday the 5th. Right? And he
Yes,
is
sir.
getting the holiday from the company on 3rd of the January, 7th of the January is the weekend, and 14th of the January is also a weekend, but he is taking a personal leave on the 6th or the 5th of the January, right? 5th of the January. 1, 2, 3, 4, 5. Yeah, he's taking a leave on the 5th of the January. So is this clear now?
Yes, sir.
Now, this is the utility of the personal calendar. The personal calendar of a resource is used to basically put the non-working days of the resource, which are generally personal leave. Now, I told you that the machine is also a work type resource. If the machine is a work type resource, then why does the machine need a leave? Machine needs a leave for scheduled maintenance. Because if you are not maintaining the machine, then it can break down in the middle of some task. So you need some scheduled maintenance. You need a preventive maintenance, right? Is it clear?
Yes, sir.
So that is why you'll have to take the machine of the working days. You'll have to basically put some non-working days. So during which the machine will be overhauled. It will have a preventive maintenance. Okay. And if any worn-out components are there, so they can be replaced. So that's how it works. Okay. Is this clear?
Yes, sir.
So the personal calendar is used to store the personal leaves of a person. Okay. And the organization calendar is going to give the leave to the entire organization. So it will be basically applied on the task. The project calendar will be applied on all the tasks. And the personal calendar will be applied on the task which is assigned to the particular worker. Now let's say there is a worker 3. Okay. So let's create the worker 3 and come back here. So you select here, click here, and then you write here worker 3. Then go to the standard rate column. Yeah. So the work type will come. In the standard rate column, you put here 10/H. Okay. Is this clear?
Yes, sir.
Okay. So after this, after we have this 10 rupees, the 10 rupees per hour, so we'll be using it during the costing. So then we come to the Gantt chart. So after you come to the Gantt chart, so you select, on the left side, you select. Select the Gantt chart. Okay. So after you have selected the Gantt chart, so you're here. Now let's say that the worker 3 is going to replace the worker 2, then what is going to happen to the task schedule? So now let us come to the task usage. Okay. Now you select the task 2, then you click on this button, assign resource, and then you bring this box a little bit here. Drag this box here. Yes. Okay. So keep this near here. And now what we are planning to do, that we are planning to replace the worker 2 and we are going to assign the worker 3. Now, what do you expect? Just think of it.
Like worker to just push the replace button.
No, 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 no. After we replace the worker 2 with the worker 3, what do you expect to happen to the finish date of the task 2?
Uh, like if we assign any new dates for worker 3, and like, it will be automatically replaced with that of the worker 2 dates, sir.
Yeah, so you have to understand one thing. If I remove the worker 2 and then I assign the worker 3, the finish date will prepone. Why? Because the worker 3 does not take any, the worker 3 is not taking any personal leave at this point of time.
Yes,
Right?
sir.
Do you get the point? So
Yes, sir.
because the finish date of the task 2 is being affected by the personal leave of the worker 2, you see that it is finishing on the 16th.
Yes, sir.
If I remove the worker 2 and I place the worker 3 in his place, so it will shift back. Okay, why it will shift back? Because the worker 3 at this point of time is not having any personal leave. So let's go and see this. You select the worker 2, which is done. Then you click on the replace. Click on it. So then you select the worker 3 and then you click on the close button. Click on the close button. And you can clearly see that after you have applied the worker 3, since the worker 3 is not taking any personal leave, so the worker 3 is having only the company leaves. So the finish date of the worker 3 is the same as the worker 1. Because the worker
Yes.
1 and 3, both of them are not taking any leave. Right? Is it clear?
Yes,
Now,
sir.
have you understood that what is the purpose of the resource calendar? The purpose of the resource calendar is to accommodate the non-personal working days of the resource or to accommodate the personal leaves of the resource. Right? Is it clear?
Yes, sir.
So when you are planning the project and you're assigning the team members, you should ask your team members that what is their plan to take any holiday. You should ask them explicitly. In fact, the team members should also respond equally well. If you're asking them, then they should respond. They should say that, okay, so we are planning to take the leaves on this and this dates. So once you put this into the calendar, so the effect on the task will be there. If it is too much, so if you'd like to put a substitute resource, so you can do it. Or if you want to assist that particular worker with some increased equipment or someone else, so even that can be arranged. It has to be done in advance. Is it clear now?
Yes, sir.
Okay. That is the resource calendar. So resource calendar has the holidays of the resource, right? And then the resource calendar also has the non-working days from the project also, right? Okay. Now, once again, do this thing. You click on the button assign. Now you put that on the task 2, you put back the worker 2. Now you select the worker. No, you first of all, you click on the replace. And then you select the worker 2 here and click on the OK. Okay. And click on the close. Now, if you look carefully here, so after you applied the worker 2, so you know this date has gone blank. Why this date has gone blank, you know it. Why?
He was on the leave, personal leaves.
Yeah, because of the personal leave. So this date is now blank again. Right?
Yes, sir.
Okay. Now we are going to understand the task calendar concept. Now, for the task calendar, so what we need to do that we will preserve this data till here because once you get the recordings, so you will find all the data intact. So you go to the file option, you click on the save as, file save as. Then in the file name, you write as 03 underscore task underscore calendar. You can write, no, you write 03, then scheduling, you keep the word scheduling. Yeah, scheduling, and you remove the word resources and you write here scheduling and task calendar. Calendar. No, CALENDAR. LENDAR. Okay, so after you have written the task calendar, so you click on the save. Okay, now we are going to learn about the task calendar. How does it work? Okay, now let me tell you that there is a special situation in which all the activities are required to be, or some particular activities required to be done continuously. Let's say the task two. Now the task two is basically finishing on which date? It is finishing on the 16th of January. Now, what is the task two duration? Actual duration is basically 12 days, right? So if it finishes within continuously, if it works, so continuous working will be finished on the 12th of the January, right?
Yes.
Okay. Now we have to understand that there could be certain tasks which might be requiring continuous operation. Suppose you have a certain kind of a material which once started, it just cannot be stopped. So the work on it cannot be stopped. So it is for those reasons we create certain task calendar. Now the task calendar is having continuous working periods. Now, the task calendar is not something which is created automatically. The task calendar is created by us. It is created by the user. Now, to create the task calendar, we will have to, first of all, we will have to select the change working time here.
Yes, sir.
So after that, we will look at the right side, and on the right side, you find a create new calendar. So after that, you have to write the name of the calendar. You write here urgent task calendar and capital U, capital T,
Yes, sir.
capital U, and capital T, urgent task calendar, CALENDAR. Now, in the bracket, you write 7D multiplied space X. You put a space using the space bar. Then you type X, letter X, space again.
Yes, sir.
Then you type here 8H, 8 hours. And then you close the bracket. And after that, you click on the OK. So this calendar has been taken from the standard. So since it has been created as a copy, so it will have the holidays which is there in the standard calendar. So first of all, you should remove the holiday by selecting it, then clicking on the delete. And then you come to the work weeks. Because in this case, the Sunday is also a non-work. So we'll make the Sunday as the working day. So after that, you click on the details here, details. Now you select the Sunday only. Sunday, you select this option, set days to this specific the working days. Now for the Sunday also, you create the same schedule, 9 a.m. to 1 p.m. Yeah, here you start typing. 9 a.m. to 1 p.m. And then here you type here 2 p.m. then 6 p.m. Okay. So after that, you click on the OK. So then you click on the OK. See, the task calendar has been created, right? But you have to understand one thing, the task calendar is not applied or automatically. Task calendar is applied selectively by the user. So you have to basically, you have to choose that on which activity the task calendar should be applied based upon the requirement. So if on any of the activity you are doing some kind of work which is requiring you to do the work continuously, so you got to apply the task calendar. Now, when you apply the task calendar, so all the leaves, personal or provided by the company, they are all cancelled, right? And the task will work continuously in a continuous schedule, right? So right now, what is the duration of task two? Duration of the task two is 12 days, but it is getting finished on the 16th of January due to
Yes,
the
sir.
working and the non-working days also getting included inside it, right?
Yes,
So
sir.
now you will select the task two, and suppose task two is the task which will be basically be required to work continuously. So after selecting the task two, so you double click the task two. Double click on the task two. Uh, then you go to the advanced tab. And then you can select the option calendar. Do you see that? And here you will select urgent task. And then after you select the urgent task, you have to select this checkbox and read the text.
Scheduling ignores resource calendars.
So you have to give this specially the instruction to the Primavera. Why? It should ignore the resource calendar, because the resource calendar is a combination of the project holidays and resource personal leaves, right?
Yes, sir.
So if you are telling that resource should ignore the resource calendar, I mean the scheduling should ignore the resource calendar. So then what happens? So the only the urgent task calendar will be applied. Okay, will be applied on the activity, and the task will be scheduled according to the task calendar only, not according to the resource calendar, because the resource calendar has the holidays. If I let the resource calendar in, so resource calendar is going to add up the holidays into the urgent task calendar, then urgent task calendar will have no effect at all. What is the desired effect we want? The desired effect we want is this. The working should be 7 days and 8 hours per day, right? And if I ignore this, so it will have a purity of the schedule, right? Is this clear?
Yes, sir.
After that, you click on the OK, and you will notice that this activity, which is of the 12 days, it is finishing exactly on the 20th of January, and it is going on in a continuous way. So is that right? Okay, now you will see what is the utility of the indicator column. So on the indicator column, so what you are seeing, certain icons, you read the what is the message which is coming from them. Read it.
Yes, sir. The calendar, urgent task calendar is assigned to the task. The task is set to ignore resource calendars for scheduling. This task has overallocated resources. Right click for options.
Yeah. So I think the first one is clear, but the second one, let me clarify. It says that this task has over allocated resources. Now, what is the meaning of the word over allocation? Basically, when you have a resource and the resource is on leave, okay, he has a leave. So the capacity of the resource to work on a particular date of the leave is zero. Okay.
Yes, sir.
So if you are assigning him some work, so basically, it is getting over allocated because the resource is on the leave and you are assigning him work. So his work capacity to work on his leave days or the holidays is zero. Okay. On the weekend, let's say Sunday, the capacity of the resource to work is zero. So you want the work to be done continuously, then you'll have to assign a substitute resource, and which you have done. So, but you have to write a note for that. Now, how to write a note for this activity? So first of all, you double click this. Is that right, guys? Now you right click on the activity and you select notes. Right click on the activity and you select notes. Notes.
Like
You
task
select.
to sir or worker to sir?
No. On the task, not on this. You here. You right click on the task 2 and you select notes. Yes, correct. So you write here in the notes, the substitute resource will work on the main days. No, you write here the substitute resource will work on the off days. On the off days of the main resource. Yes, off days of the main resource. Now that is the idea. Now why are we doing that? Why is the arrangement so? Because the work should not get hampered and the main resource is entitled to their leaves. So main resource are going to take the leaves and the work is also not hampered. Okay, is this clear?
Yes, sir.
So after that, we will click on the OK. So after we have clicked on the OK, now you hover your cursor here and read the note along with the previous message. Just hover.
Yes, sir. Notes the substitute resource will work on the off days of the main resource. The calendar urgent task calendar is assigned to the task. The task is set to ignore resource calendars for scheduling. This task has over allocated resources. Right click for options.
Okay. So is this clear to you?
Yes, sir.
If it is clear to you, then I believe that if you have written the notes clearly and carefully, it will be clear to any other person as well, because it is not necessary that you are going to execute your own project. Sometimes, you are going to basically create the plan. Suppose you are working in this situation in your current company. So you will create the plan and someone on the site will be looking at the plan and then working as per the plan. Right? Is this clear?
Yes. Yes, sir.
So this is the task calendar. So we have got three calendar: project calendar, resource calendar, task calendar. So project calendar will create the schedule, and the resource calendar and project resource calendar and the task calendar, they are going to basically they are going to create tuned up schedules according to the resource and according to the task, right? So they are going to adjust the schedule. Okay, is this clear?
Yes, sir.
Now we are going to learn about the critical path. Okay, so we can save this file. We can use the copy only. Now you write here 04 critical path. So what happened? Why is it not saving? Okay, then you click on file, oh, it has saved.
Yes, sir.
Okay. Now you from the left hand side, you go to the Gantt chart. Okay. Now you delete these two tasks. Now here, you remove the holiday, first of all. Now, how to remove it? You go to the change, the working time, and you select the company or company holiday, then click on the delete and click on the close. Okay. Now you write here task 1 and put a duration of 6 days. Or you just write task, don't write task 1 because the numbering will come. Okay, you just make it as task. And you know what you do? You can just do this thing to replicate the whole thing. So you can grab it from the right side like this. Okay, no, not from there, but from here. Yes, from here. Then you can drag like this. No.
Maybe I'll try to do this.
So you do it from the corner. Yeah, drag it up to 10 or 12. Release it. No,
I
no.
have done it,
You
but
have to drag it from the corner. See, only then the data will be replicated. You'll have to drag it from this corner. No. Just a moment. Let me try to help you. See, first of all, we'll select this. And
yes,
then
sir.
now I think I should come. Just wait. Just wait. So let me try and show it to you. No. So I'll try because I could do it. I don't know this if it's Microsoft project version 22 is different, or is it because of distance and the time lag which is happening. Yeah, it has happened like that. Okay, so you can try it out later. Basically, you see a small little dot on the corner and then it happens. Now, have you heard about the critical path? Have you read any definition?
Yes, sir. Like early time to early start, late time to late start.
That is for the calculation of the float. Now, critical path is basically a path which is determining the finish date of the project. And then on the critical path, there is a slack or a float, which is 0. Now here, I'm going to insert that column, which will be called start slack. So you start typing start, and then you select the start slack column. Here, you can see it. Okay, so at this point of time, all of them are critical. Okay, now the top line is the project timeline, and rest of the timelines are activity timelines. Right? Is this clear?
Yes, sir.
Now, what happens is that whenever you are having a project timeline, suppose if you increase the duration of the last activity to 12 days, and look at what is happening on the project timeline. What is happening to the project timeline? Change the 15. So change the task which are marked out. You write there 12 days. So after you have made it the 12 days, did you notice?
Yes, sir. The start slack was like 0 days.
So that is fine. But did you notice that the project timeline, it has stretched out, it has become equal. Okay, now you do one thing. You go to some activity in the middle Here, you change the duration to 18 days. 18. Now, what do you see here? Hmm?
It is like much extended, sir, more than the project.
No. Basically, this is the project finish date. The project finish date is being always derived from the finish date of the last activity. If the last activity is going till the end, I mean, it is the basically this activity, the longest path is determining the finish date of the project, right?
Yes, sir.
So the last activity is basically defining the finish date of the project. We say that the project is finished when the last activity in the project is finished. So since the last activity is going till the 20th of Jan, so this project timeline is following it. Now, what used to happen that in the past, so after completing the project plan, so the project manager will take a red pen and mark a red color throughout the longest path, which is the critical path. Okay. Okay, so he will mark this red pen on the critical path. Now, critical path is not only a single path, but critical path can be also due to a combination of the combination of multiple paths. Now, first of all, this is not happening automatically because you just installed the software. So software is very new, so software doesn't know that it should be marking the critical path. Now you go to the option Gantt chart format. So in the Gantt chart format, you select the critical task. So if you select the critical task, what the software will do, it will mark the longest task with the red colors.
Yes,
After
sir.
that, you also select the Slack. There is a Slack checkbox. So it will mark the gap between the non-critical and the finish date of the project with a dark line, which is called the slack line. And it is sometimes in some other software, it might be called the float line or the float bar. So this float bar is basically showing you the gap. What is the gap from the finish date? So where is the finish date? The finish date is here. Okay, now who is responsible for the finish date? For the finish date,
Okay.
it's the task 7, which is responsible. Now let us do this thing. Let us combine 3 activities and let us see. Now you select task 1, 2, 3. You select it from top to the bottom using the shift and down. Only 1, 2, 3. And then there is a chain link on the top. No, you keep that selected. Okay, just wait. Just hold on. Let me mark that the button. Do you see this button here?
Yes, sir.
Yeah, so that's a chain link. Okay, you just click that. So do you see that after you have combined these 3 activities end to end, so they are adding up to the 18 days. So they are the critical path. They are also the critical one. See, a project will always have at least one critical path, and a project may have more than one critical path also due to mathematical coincidence. In fact, that is the truth. Actually, the truth is that all the projects, they have multiple critical paths. You can check out. So once you will be working in real life projects, you will be able to observe this fact yourself, that the project on which you are going to work or working, after the planning is completed and corrected, you will find that it is actually having multiple critical paths. Okay, is this clear?
Yes, sir.
Now, what is the importance of the critical path? Yeah, what is the importance of knowing it? Now, there is a simple question that I'm going to ask. If a person is taking the leave on this task, 1 day leave, is it going to delay the project?
Yes, sir.
No, I'm talking about this task, 15 number.
Number 15 task, sir.
Yeah. It takes 1 day leave just to visualize it. If it takes 1 day leave, then what's going to happen? See, if it's going to take 1 day leave, his activity will finish on the Monday. and still
Yes, sir.
5 days of the float or the slack will be left.
Yes, sir. So there's no impact, sir.
There's no impact on the finish date. Okay, only his activity will be delayed. Now, let us look at what's going to happen if the resource which is working on the activity, this number 7,
Yes, sir.
okay, you can see that it is having the floor start slack 0. So if he takes 1 days of the leave, so then
Project will be extended like one more day, like delayed by one more day, sir.
yeah, delayed
Like
with
2 more days.
like 1 more day. So which date will it reach? What is the current
Like
finish?
Monday, sir. Monday, sir.
Which date?
22nd, sir.
22nd. You know what the client will say? Client will say that you have delayed my project by 2 days
Yes, sir.
because the 20th is the earlier finish date, and after the delay, the finish date is 22. So client was supposed to get the delivery on the 20th evening, but he's getting the delivery on the 22nd evening. So he will say that you have delayed my project by 2 days, not 1 day. You can explain that, okay, the person took only 1 day. He says, no, you have delayed by 2 days, right? You get my point.
Yes, sir.
So critical path basically should be taken care of and should be avoided for delay. So I'm going to teach you the critical path meeting. Now, before we call for the critical path meeting, we have to apply the filter to bring out the critical paths. Now, the filter is here. So if you click on the view, and then if you click on the filter here, and you can select the option critical. You see that critical here?
Yes, sir.
So after you select the critical, only critical activities are being displayed on the screen. So
Yes, sir.
rest of the activities, they have been hidden. Now, if you look at the left-hand side, how many critical activities are there?
4, sir.
4 critical activities. Now we are going to call the critical path meeting. So can we take a 20 minutes leave and then come back again?
Sure, sir.
Okay. Yeah. So
Sure,
let
sir.
us be relaxed because we are saving time. There are not many people around here. So we can
Sure, sir.
relax and we can complete at the same time.
Sure, sir. Sure.
Okay. Okay. So we are here. We are trying to understand that what to do with the critical path. Now, after you set the filter, now you are going to see only the critical path. Now, if you look at the left-hand side, so if you count the number of the rows, so how many tasks are there?
4 tasks, sir.
4 tasks. So what you will do that after you have identified the critical path and the 4 tasks, so you are going to call these 4 task owners into the meeting. So this meeting is called the critical path meeting. Critical path meeting. Okay, so in this critical path meeting, you are going to ask them just first the question. So read this question.
Are you planning to take leave during the activity, during your
Yeah.
activity?
So now what happens if a person is going to take a leave during his activity, which is critical, then what's going to happen? If any one of
It will
them they
affect-
take the leave, so it is going to push the finish date of the project. Now, since
Yes, sir.
finish date of the project is the announced date of the project, and it is basically sort of a promise. Okay, PM is also a promise manager. So this is a date which has been promised to the client that it will be it will be finished on this particular date. So that is that is a commitment of the organization. So if that happens, so then the finish date of the project cannot be maintained. So then the project will be delayed. So if that is going to happen. Now, if he says yes, then we have to do certain things. We have to try to find out if that nature of the leave is negotiable. Now, let's say he says yes. Now you ask him that what you are going to do in that leave. I mean, what is the purpose? He says that look, I am going on a vacation. So if you tell him that okay, so can you change the date of the vacation to happen after your activity is finished? Then it's not a problem.
Yes, sir.
Then it's not a problem. Now, if the person says that, look, I'm going to get married, I'm going to get engaged, or my wife is going to expect a baby during the activity. So, these are the kind of things and which are non-negotiable. Okay, so
Yes,
if
sir.
they can't shift the dates, because on these dates, the person has to be present with the family. So, what you are supposed to do then, as an sort of the workaround. So, if the person is basically requiring certain days of the leave, so which is very essential for him, so what you can do that you can basically have the workaround like this. Read this. What should
Arrange for an equally skilled resource in advance, like or choose an alternative, right, sir?
Yeah, you have to choose an alternative. So alternative should be equally skilled or similarly skilled. Now, what happens if that person goes on the leave? So this alternative chosen resource, so he is going to take care during that person's absence. Right? Is this clear?
Yes, sir.
Okay. So this is the first one. Now there is a one more situation here. Read the second question.
Is there any chance of your equipment breaking down?
See, if the equipment breaks down, now what happens? The person is already assigned on the critical path. Then again his activity will be hampered. Right?
Yes, sir.
Now, if he says yes, then what is the solution? So there are two ways that you can help it. Read this.
Yes, arrange standby, arrange preventive maintenance.
Yeah, so it says that you arrange a standby or arrange a preventive maintenance. So the meaning of this is that, so if you have any equipment which has the chances of breakdown, so in case the equipment is small one, so definitely arranging a standby is not a problem. But in case if the equipment is big one and it has the chances of the breakdown, so then you have to arrange the preventive maintenance. Now, what is the preventive maintenance? Basically, the preventive maintenance is basically to check for the critical components and just making sure that all the critical components have been checked, and if there is any repair or refurbishment to be done, it is done already in advance, right? So that is the preventive maintenance. So is this clear?
Yes, sir.
Now, Arrange standby can be done for small, and preventive maintenance can be done for the bigger equipment, because what happens that for a bigger equipment, the standby might cost a lot of money. So we just ensure that if you are going to use a big equipment, so it just continues to perform. Okay. Now we come to the third one. Third one is like this. Read this.
Is there any material that can run in short supply during your activity?
Is there any material that can run in short supply during your activity? Now, if the answer is no, that's not a problem. But if the answer is yes, so then you have to do something about it. Now, what you will do, you will ask your team member to do this thing. Read it.
Order it now and find out from the supplier what can be the problem.
Yeah. So he says that, okay, fine. So he calls up the supplier and he says that I need this kind of a material and as soon as possible. So how soon can you can provide it? Then the
Yes,
supplier
sir.
says that, look, boss, the material used to come from Ukraine and it will come in 15 days. Earlier, the delivery time to my client from the placement of the order was 15 days. But these days, it is taking around 5 days. 45 days. So your guy says, you okay, fine. So I've noted the point. 45 days is the arrival time. So he notes that fact. Now, if you look back, if you look at the top, so what is your start date of your project here?
So 1st January.
1st of the January is the start date of your project. Now, what your team member says that, boss, I'm going to place the order in the month of the October itself. I'll place the order on the 31st of the October. Now, if he places the order on the 31st of the October, now tell me when it is going to come, when it's going to reach.
Like in the month of December, sir.
Which date?
Because 30 to 45 days, right, sir?
So,
Uh,
which date?
by December 15th?
Yeah, 15th by December, it comes. He places the order and it arrives on the 15th of the December. Now, what happens that after the raw material arrives, some part of it are defective. So what does he do? So he sends a message to the supplier that some parts are defective, so he can replace them. So he can replace the defective parts by 31st of the December. So do you think that how the problem is solved? Because the suppliers, whenever they order any material in the bulk quantity, they always they order some extra quantity because they know that if my client is facing some problem, so I got to have some replacement also. So the
Yes, sir.
replacement should not come from the source point. Basically, the replacement should come from his local storage only, right?
Yes.
So if you are going to order 10,000, he's going to place an order for the 11,000 already from the manufacturer. So he will get 11,000. So you
Yes, sir.
report to him that 500 items are defective. He said that, okay, I'm going to replace it. He's going to replace it from his local stock, right? Do you get my point?
Yes, sir.
So that's how the things work. So that is why it is very important to know that when the material will be supplied.
Sir, sir, I have a small doubt, sir. So
Yes.
is like from our side that we request the supplier to send more, or is it like the
No, no,
supplier
no, no,
the tends?
no, no. The suppliers are smart enough. You don't have
Okay.
to tell the supplier that there will be defective, because suppliers know that some based upon their past experience, they know that a certain quantity when ordered, there's certain quantity like 1% will be defective, like 0.5% will be defective. So maybe some five piece out of the
Like due to the transportation or something like
so,
that, right,
so
sir?
they know the pattern, because the supplier, they would always like to support their clients. So they can't their clients, no, I ordered only 1,000 pieces and only these are there. So I'll have to order the remaining five, that the replacement for 10 to come from the source. No, they don't do it. Basically, what the supplier will do, since the suppliers are already dealing in that item, they might already have some pieces in the stock. But that will not be a large order. That will not be a large quantity,
Yes,
but
sir.
that will be good enough to basically replace the probability, the probabilistic number of the defective item. Because they know it from the pattern that how many of them are usually to be replaced. Okay. So it is
Okay,
their
sir.
observation. They can then replace. So you should always keep some lead time. Lead means leading, early time. So it is not that your project is going to start on the 1st of the Jan and you are going to order it on the 15th of the November. No. You should always order it in such a way that the item reaches, the item which is to be applied on the critical path, the material which will be used on the critical path task or the activity should reach you much more in advance than the start date of the project. Okay, if it does, then what happens? Then you have got some time to replace also if it is required, right?
Yes, sir.
So, that is your wisdom. And in his wisdom, he is going to keep some buffer stock, right? Do
Okay,
you get
sir.
my point? So, you also
Yes,
need
sir.
to give him some time to replace. So, basically, the replacement is not going to come from the source, it's not going to take 45 days. Basically, if the local transport is to be given some time, so at least that much time should be provided by you. So remember this. So the critical path, you just imagine that man is there, machine is there, but the material is not there. So can you do the task?
No, sir.
No, you just can't do the task. Now, what happens in most of the cases, I have been teaching Microsoft project. So since the year 2000, because I was earlier teaching internally to my internal staff in my organization. From 2006 onwards, I started to do some commercial trainings. Now I realized that most of the people, so a lot of people that came to my training, they were previously trained. They say we could not use it practically. Then I realized that the trainers are mostly teaching them how to use the software in interface. Then I went into more details and then I realized so the trainers who were teaching the Microsoft project, they were earlier used to be the Excel trainers. So they were treating it like a software that they should just teach the users that how to press the buttons and get certain features going. But most of the people, those who were taking the training, they had no idea of the subject of the project management. Some people, those who had the idea of the subject of the project management, they could figure out the software after learning to press the button, that how to use it. But in most of the cases, they had no idea of the project management. So they had no idea of the critical path. The trainer will show them the critical path, and these newcomers, they have no idea that what to do with it. Do you get my point?
Yes, sir.
Okay. So now, so I started to teach it according to the subject matter. That is the project management. Okay.
Okay,
Now,
sir.
what happens that after that, the people are able to understand that how to utilize the knowledge of the critical path. How to utilize it. Basically, I told you critical path is a path which is having a zero float, and critical path is physically the longest path, and critical path represents the minimum time required to finish the project. So, which is fine. But the thing is that what to do with that knowledge, that is more important. So this is what you should be doing. So if you come to know the critical path, and then what you should be doing is that you should be ensuring that the activities on the critical path should be adequately covered for resources. so that they are not delayed, at least due to the lack of resources, because critical path is a known risk. Because critical path can be calculated, it can be known earlier, so it can cause a schedule delay risk, and we should do something about it. Because what happens is that there are certain kind of risks which are unknown. Can you predict the next pandemic? No, you can't predict. Can you
Yes, sir.
predict the earthquake? No, you can't predict. Can you predict a flood? No, you can't predict. But you cannot predict a flood, but definitely you can predict a rain, because the rainfall has a pattern in every place, right?
Yes, sir.
It can be predicted based upon the past records. So there are certain things like the critical path, so that can be. Basically the critical path, so is a predictable risk. So for that we can put some preventive measures in place. So these are the three preventive measures, but there is a fourth one as well. Okay. Now here is the fourth question. Now read this.
Is there a subcontracted work that requires large cash approval?
Yeah. Now what happens is that if there is a large cash approval, because mostly the subcontractors, they don't have deep pockets, and if the subcontractors are not paid for a week, so they won't be able to pay their workers.
Yes,
So
sir.
maybe they can that can stop the work. So if you have any large cash approval process, so what you should tell? You should tell your team member. If he says yes, then you will tell him start approval process now. Okay, he should start taking the approval process now. Now, what happens if he takes the approval process at the earliest?
It helps him to get the money on time so that he can pay them, and then there's no delay of works.
Yeah. So he can keep these approvals with him, and he can then take the cash from the accounts department whenever he needs it. Because dispensing the cash doesn't take much time, but it is the approval process which takes time. So
Yes,
approval
sir.
process should be done as early as possible. And when you are having an activity, I mean a subcontracted work which is being done on the critical path, and you need to pay your subcontractors, okay, so on the short duration basis, so having a prior approval, it helps a lot in dispensing the payment, right?
Yes, sir.
Okay. So that's why you should say the start approval process now. So if there is any subcontracted work. So how you can remember this, these 4 points, I have devised a shortcut, and if you have understood, it is written like this. Read this.
Sir, I could not see anything more.
No, I've written it next to the critical path meeting. I am putting a blue
Yes, sir.
rectangle.
Like 3M plus C.
So what is the 3M?
Like for the men material.
Man, machine, material.
Yes, sir. Men machine material, and the fourth one is cash.
Yeah. So, these four resources should be ready and be available on the critical path, because the critical path should not be delayed due to, at least due to the lack of resources. See, external forces you cannot control. You cannot control if there is some political activity going on the project site, due to which you are not having the site access. If there is some sort of the climatic situation which is beyond your control, or there is some pandemic beyond your control. So a lot of things which are beyond your control. But at least this thing, which is basically the arrangement of the resources on the critical path. So this is something which is under your control. So if this is under your control, then you should basically you should be prepared for it, right? Is it clear now?
Yes, sir.
Okay. So remember this critical path. So critical path does not have any room for delay, because if you look at the critical path, so the definition of the critical path says that critical path is physically the longest in the network, and the critical path has zero float or zero slack. If you look at the slack, so since the critical path is touching the finish date, so if you look at the start slack column, do you see that it is zero?
Yes, sir.
So the critical path has got the zero slack, and the critical path represents minimum time in which a project can be done. If you look carefully, if I say and ask you, this is the project timeline, right? And can the project timeline be shorter than the critical path? Can the project timeline be shorter in length than the critical path? Yes or no? No, it can't be any shorter. How can it be shorter?
Yes, sir. Because like until the last date, the critical is also on the last date, right? So it cannot be shorter.
Yeah, so it can't be shorter, right?
Yes, sir.
So that is why we say that the critical path has got three attributes. Critical path is physically the longest duration path. It has got zero float or zero slack, and the critical path represents minimum time required to finish a project. Okay, is this clear?
Yes, sir.
So knowing the critical path is very, very important for the project manager to plan ahead and ensure that the resources are available on the critical path, and the activities on the critical path, it should not be delayed due to lack of resources. Now, once this has been done, so you can remove the filter. You just go to the top and you remove the filter and you select no filter. So once you select no filter, so all the activities will be displayed.
Yes, sir.
Okay, so these are the non-critical paths. So they have this float or the slack. These are called
Float, slack.
these are interchangeably called either float or slack, and that is the project timeline. And these are all the activity timelines. Right? Is this right?
Yes, sir.
Okay. So that is the thing, project timeline, activity timelines, and float and slack. Right? Okay, great. So the critical path should be used for this purpose. Okay. Now you have seen that if you are having any kind of the holiday, and it can extend the finish date of the project. So right now, what is the finish date? See, the finish date can be always
20th January.
from the row number 0. If you go to the row number 0, the finish date, so it will be always picked up from the longest path.
Yes, sir.
Now, if the company declares the holiday on the Wednesday, so you have seen that what is going to happen. So if the company is declaring a holiday on the Wednesday, and if you're putting the holiday, then the finish date will go to the next working day. So the next of the working day is actually the Monday, right? So if you add one more holiday here, so that is going to have an impact, and that is going to take you on to the next Monday. So I think this thing is clear to you, right?
Yes, sir.
The effect of the holidays, and the holidays, they all can be listed here. You go to the project option. After that, if you go to the change of the working time, so you can list down the holidays in the exception tab. You can write, then you can select the start and finish date for each of the activities here, right? Is this clear?
Yes, sir.
Okay. Now, what is the next rule of the scheduling? So how is the next rule there? So now the next rule is third. So what does it say?
Schedule is adjusted by dependencies, lead, and lag time.
Correct. Now we will see the dependencies, that how the lead and lag time they affect the schedule. Now for that, we will create the raw data. So we will preserve this one. We will keep it as it is. We are not going to touch it. So we will just save this and we'll say save as. Okay. So the name of this lesson will be, so let me write it. Okay. I'll write this.
Yes, sir.
Dependencies and relationships. Dependencies and relationships. Now, to prepare the raw data, what you need to do, just see this thing. I'm going to drag this. Okay, I'm going to drag this from the corner. So can you drag this from the corner here? From the duration corner here, and if you drag down, so all the duration will become 6 days. Yeah, yes, correct. So all the duration will become 6 days. Now you hide this column. We don't need this. So how to hide it? So you just right click on the column. On top of the column, you will see hide. So do you see this hide option here? You hide it. So in the predecessor column, so you delete the content here. So here, so you clear the content and the relationship is gone. So all the
Yes, sir.
activities, they have come back. Okay. Now, task mode is one of the columns which we don't need to see right now, because we have already set all the tasks to the automatic mode. So we don't need this. First of all, we will understand that what is the dependency and relationship. To understand the dependency and relationship, there is another document here in my MSP notes in which we are explaining it. Now, if you want to establish a relationship, you need minimum 2 tasks, right? So one of
Yes,
the
sir.
tasks will become predecessor and the other task will become the successor. So predecessor, in the bracket, I have written the boss. So white is the boss. So read this definition in the red color.
Predecessor task is the one which controls the start and or finish date of the successor.
Yeah. So it is controlling the start and or the finish date of the successor. So that is why it is called the predecessor. Now, every task has 2 dates, start and finish dates. So when you combine the start and finish dates and permutation and combinations, I believe you remember. So
Yes.
2 multiplied by 2. So 2 start and 2 finish dates, when they multiplied, so they create 4 possible combinations, right? So
Yes.
the first possible combination in which the predecessor task is saying to the successor, you read this, what it is saying?
When I finish, then you can start.
Yeah. So it is saying that when I finish, then you can start. Okay. So it will be represented on the Gantt chart. So Gantt chart was created by a person named Henry Gantt. So he created this Gantt chart in the year 1897, long time back, almost more than 100 years ago. So he gave the theory and the practice of the Gantt chart. So he said the finish to start is going to look like this. So the finish date of the predecessor is going to control the start date of the successor. The arrow will start from the finish side of the predecessor. and it will go to the start date of the successor like that, right? So that will be the finish to start. So that's why it says that when I finish, only then you can start. So this is why the predecessor says to the successor. So basically, if the start date is delayed, so basically when the finish date of the successor is delayed or postponed, so it will postpone the start date of the successor. If the finish date of the predecessor is preponed or earlier, so it will make the successor's date earlier as well. So that's why it says finish to start. When I finish, then you can start. Okay. So this is the first relationship. Now, in the second relationship, what does it say?
When I start, then you also start.
Yeah. Now, let me tell you one more fact about the first relationship. The first relationship being the most common relationship, okay, in majority of the cases, the first relationship is very, very common, finish to start. So it is programmed into the interface, means that it will be applied by default. Okay. So finish to start, you can apply by default. And if you need some other relationship other than the finish to start, suppose if you need something like start to start or finish to finish or start to finish, so then what you can do, you will have to basically change it on the interface, right?
Yes.
So finish to start can be applied on the default very quickly. Now, what's happening in the start to start? What is the predecessor saying to the successor?
Predecessor is controlling the start date of successor.
Yeah. So it says, when I start, then you can also
You,
start.
you also start.
And it will be represented like this on the Gantt chart. So you'll have to note one thing, the arrow will be always starting from or shooting from the predecessor, and it will be the tip of the arrow will be always be touching the successor. Okay, so it is like that. So that is the start to start. Okay. And it is
Yes.
the second most common. Now read the third one.
When I finish, then you also finish.
Yes, correct. So it says that when I also finish, then you also finish. So basically it says that you finish with me. So the arrow will be starting from the finish date of the predecessor and it will be touching the finish date of the successor. So it is useful for both the activities to finish at the same time. Okay, now in the start to finish,
Before I start, you should be finished.
yeah. So it would look like this. So the start date of the predecessor will be controlling the finish date. It says before I start, you should be finished. So here you read it has got a condition.
Start date is predetermined.
Yeah, start date is predetermined and fixed in the start to finish kind of relationship. Okay, now let's see that what is the practical utilization and how it is represented in the Microsoft project. So now you come to the Microsoft project. Now I'm going to teach you the creation of the work breakdown structure also. So let's say that we want to create logical groups. So let's start with creation of the logical groups. Let's say for the relationship types. Now you, after selecting this first row, you press the insert button. Okay. You press the insert. Is it a call from your boss or your colleagues or something?
No one, sir. No problems.
Okay, just check. If it is an important call, you can take it or else we can continue. Okay, now
No
you press
problems.
the insert button. So you see, there is an insert button on your laptop. So you can press that. Physical button is there. Look at your laptop keypad. You find out. Insert button is usually near the home and delete.
Yes, sir. We have an insert button, sir.
So you press that. Or what you can do, you can switch off the num lock and press the 0. The 0 is actually it can be used as an insert button. It has an insert functionality. But to use the insert functionality, so you have to switch off the num lock. So do you want to see that what happens when I press the insert? So it looks like this. So a blank row is inserted. So once you press the insert, like this, see, insert. See this.
Yes.
See that. I'm
Yes,
pressing
sir.
insert button. Now, if I want to delete, so what do? I select the rows like this, and I press the delete button on my keypad. Okay. So now
Yes.
you press the insert of the button once. on the after selecting the row number 1, so you press the insert button once.
Yes, sir.
Yes. Now you write here in this task name, you write here, you can expand it a little bit here to accommodate for the space. So in this one, you write finish to start, capital F and capital S. Yeah, finish F capital, finish to start. Start. And press enter. Press enter.
Yes, sir. Already done, sir.
Now, after that, you see this is the parent. Now you want 4 activities to be the child. So what you do, you select the rows 2, 3, 4, 5. You select 2, 3, 4, 5. Yeah. Then 3.
Yes, sir.
No. You select the rows. Yes, like that.
Ah,
Okay. Now like that. So after you selected these 4 activities, do you see this button here? It is called the indent button. It's going to push them in. So they will become the child. So once they become the child activity, the numbering will change. Do you see the numbering is changing?
yes, sir.
Now you will see that the parent activity, which was the normal activity, now it has become a group summary task. You see that? Its shape has changed.
Yes.
Okay. Now you come here on this one and you insert a blank row. You come to the 6th number and you insert a blank row. Now in this, you write the task name as start to start. Start to start. And then you press enter. Now what happens is that once you enter this activity, so it thinks that it is continuing in the same series. So Microsoft Project is trying to help you, but actually it is not. So you got to outdent. So you got to push that toward the left.
Yes,
Now
sir.
you can insert one more blank row for the reasons of clarity. So just be before this, okay, just be before this row, you can insert a blank row like this. Now you select 8 and 9 and you indent. Yeah, indent now. Use the indent. Okay, now you place your cursor on the number 10 row and you insert 2 blank rows. 2 blank rows. Insert, insert. Yes. Now in this one, you write finish to finish. In this one, you write finish to finish. Press enter. Now you select it, select the 2.3 and outdent it. And then you select the next 2 rows below the finish to finish and indent. Okay, then you place your cursor here on the 14th and you press the insert 2 times. And then you write here start to finish. And then you outdent it. Then once again you select these 2 and indent them. And the remaining activities from 18 onwards, you can delete them. We don't need them. Okay, so what we have done that we have created the raw data, right? And you press Control S. So Control S will save it. So Control S you can use with your left hand, and if you have the mouse, I mean you are more handy with the mouse, so you can click the floppy button. So that's going
Okay.
to save the data, right?
Yes, sir.
Now we have to understand that how does the finish to start work. So, so we will take example from the civil engineering only. So what happens is that one of my friends who is working in the field of the civil engineering, so I asked him that how do you construct a building or a structure? He says that first thing that we do is in the civil engineering, the first thing that we do is the excavation. So you can write here excavation. I think you know it. Excavation. So then he says that after the excavation is completed, we do the PCC. So you can write the capital letter of the PCC. I'm sure you know the full form.
Yes, sir.
So after that, I asked him that what do you do when the PCC is finished? He says that after the PCC is finished, then we start reinforcement. Reinforcement. So then I ask him that what do you do that after the reinforcement is finished? What do you start after the reinforcement is finished? So then he says that after the reinforcement is finished, we start the shuttering. We start the shuttering, 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 and you press enter. So now you can save this. You press Control S. Press Control S.
Yes, sir.
Now, to set up the relationship, you have to understand the predecessor column. Now, there is a column provided in the Microsoft project. It says predecessor. So basically, we start from the PCC. Now, if you want to mention the predecessor for the PDC, now tell me that the predecessor is excavation, right?
Yes, sir.
Now, what is the home address? Look at what is the home address? What is the row ID? Look
Two,
on
sir.
the side. The row
Two,
ID
sir.
2, right? So in
So I have
the
to keep
no
two.
no, but don't use that. Yeah, so don't use the drop down. I'm teaching you that what is the more solid and the robust way. So you
Okay,
write
sir.
here 2 and you write the relationship abbreviation FS. Okay, so you write there 2FS and you press enter. So you can write it in small also. So once you write the 2FS, so the FS word disappears, but the relationship which is established is finished to start. So you can clearly see that the finish date of the predecessor is controlling the start date, right?
Yes, sir.
Now, reinforcement. So what is the predecessor of the reinforcement? PCC. And
PCC, sir.
what is the row number?
3, sir.
So you have to write here 3FS
3FS.
in small letters. Small.
Oh, okay, sir.
Okay, there's no need for the capital letters. Now for the shuttering, the predecessor is reinforcement. And what is the home address of the
4FS.
4FS? So you write here 4FS. Okay, so after that, so you can clearly see that the activities are now finished to start, finished to start, finished to start. So you know the finish date is controlling the start date, right? Now, what is
Yes,
the
sir.
impact of the finish date? Because we said that the finish date says that when I finish, so then you can start. Now, let's
Yes,
say
sir.
that the excavation, duration of the excavation becomes 10 days. So you just put your 10 days and see that what happens.
Earlier was like 20th Jan, sir, and now it's like extended by.
Now, what has happened that when this become 10 days, now what happens is that the finish date of the excavation says, look, I am finishing later. So you also start later. So it says to the PCC. So
Yes,
now
sir.
what happened? The finish date of the PCC pushes the start date of the reinforcement, and finish date of the reinforcement pushes the start date of the shuttering. Okay, is this clear?
Yes, sir. Yes, sir.
So that is the thing which is going to happen. So you can clearly see that the finish date, like here, this is the finish. So the finish is basically controlling the start. So here, this finish date is controlling the start date. So here, the finish date of the reinforcement is controlling the start date of the shuttering, like this. Okay,
Yes, sir.
FS. Now, this is the finish to start relationship. Now, if the finish date of the excavation says that, look, I'm getting the finished earlier. Now, what happens? How to do it? Basically, if you reduce the duration of the excavation task to 4 days, and then you see that what happens. Reduce it to 4 days. Reduce the excavation duration to 4 days. Now, what is happening? The excavation is saying that, look, I'm finishing earlier, so I'm giving you the opportunity to start earlier. So the PCC says I'm finishing earlier, so it gives the opportunity to reinforcement to start earlier. The
Yes, sir.
reinforcement is finishing earlier, it is giving the opportunity to shuttering to start earlier, right? So that
Yes,
is
sir.
that is the crux of the matter for the finish to start. So finish to start is very easy, and finish to start is the most common. And then you write the excavation here, the duration, you set it back to 6 days. So, this is the finish to start. It is very easy to understand. And since it is the most common, it can be directly applied using the chain link. Do you see this simple here?
Yes, sir.
So this symbol, so basically you can select multiple activities and you can apply them at once. See, I'll give you the demo. If you want to remove the links, so when you remove any kind of the link can be removed by this. So it removes the link. But only the finish to start can be set from this link. So I click this, it does the same thing, what you did manually.
Yes, sir.
It will put the activities in a sequence. So for the finish to start, it is convenient because the finish to start will be applied very frequently. So when you write the FS, now what is happening that if you write the FS, it just disappears. Why does it disappear? So I asked many years ago this question to the Microsoft. So what the Microsoft said that the finish to start, actually what is happening here that earlier times all these things were done on the paper. They were done manually. Now to save time, the project managers, they are not going to write the finish to start. So they had a common understanding. We are not going to write the finish to start. We are going to write the other three, right? So if nothing is written, then it is finish to start. And if it is start to start, it will be written. If it is finish to finish, it will be written. If it is start to finish, it will be written as well. Okay, so is this clear?
Yes, sir.
Okay. Okay, so that's good. So this is how it works. Okay, now we will try to understand the start to start. Okay.
Yes, sir.
Now I will give you the example of the start to start just to stimulate your thought process, and then I think you will be able to bring out your own example. So I'm having a software testing. So software testing is just like a product testing only. So we first test the defects. So this activity is of say 10 days duration. And then what we have to do that after the software testing is done, we have to do the defect fixing. So we have to fix the defect. So the defect fixing activity is also for the 10 days. So now what happens is that, I was thinking very normally. So I put them into the finish to start relationship. I put the relationship like this, 8FS. Now, after I put the 8FS, now you tell me that what is the total duration of these two?
20, sir.
20 days. Now, what happened in my team? There is a very bright chap. So he came over to me. He said that, boss, the software testing and the defect fixing can be started at the same time. I said, how? He said that, look, software is not a physical product, right?
Yes, sir.
Software is not a physical product. It is a line of code, so which can be uploaded onto the server, and the tester and the developer, both of them can access it at the same time. So the tester and the developer will sit side by side. The tester will look at the defective lines of code and he will tell the defective line number to the developer, and the developer will go to the server. He will log into the server in the same space, space and place, and he will update the defective line. While he is updating the defective line, the tester will move ahead to find the next defective line. Okay, so is that clear?
Yes, sir.
So, both of them can start at the same time and both of them can work simultaneously. So the idea clicked to me. So what did I do? I set the relationship to the SS. Now to set the relationship to the 8 to the SS, what do? You instead of the FS, you write SS. So you write here 8SS in short form, in small letters, and press enter. So once you press the enter button, you can clearly see that both the activities are in parallel, and
Yes, sir.
the total duration has now reduced to 10. So
Yes, sir.
earlier duration was 20, now it has become 10. Now you tell me that what is 20 minus 10?
10, sir.
So you are saving 10 days. You are saving almost 50% of the time
Yes,
duration.
sir.
So, now let me tell you one thing, that if you put all the activities in a project in the finish to start, so technically you will never go wrong. They will turn out to be right technically. Now, but what happens that if you put a lot of activities in the finish to start, then your project will get unnecessarily very long. Right? So is this clear?
Yes, sir.
So they are going to become unnecessarily long. So that is why you must look for the opportunities that beside the finish to start, that how you can basically find out that which activities can be represented in the start to start. So if you put them into the start to start, you save lots of time, you save lots of duration, right? But
Yes,
then
sir.
there are certain activities which cannot be changed from the finish to start to the start to start. Now, this is the start to start. Now, I'll tell you that what is the dependency, because I'm using the word dependency here. You see that dependency in relationships. Now,
Yes,
I'm
sir.
going to ask you a very simple logical question. The question is like this. Suppose if I cancel, if I cancel the software testing, without the software testing, can I do the defect fixing?
Not at all, sir.
Not at all. It means we can say that defect fixing is dependent upon software testing to take place.
Yes, sir.
Correct. Now, if the dependency is there, only then we should set up the relationship. Now, the dependency is known from my technical knowledge. Technically, I know that defect fixing is dependent upon the software testing. That is why I have to write the relationship. Now, is it clear? What is a
Yes, sir.
dependency and what is a relationship?
Yes, sir.
Dependency is derived from your technical knowledge, and relationship is applied with your project management knowledge. Right? Is it clear?
Yes, sir.
So if the dependency is there, then you should apply the relationship. If there is no technical dependency, then you should not apply the relationship. So dependency and relationships, they are going side by side, right? So
Yes,
this is
sir.
the logical thing. I'm sure you have understood. Now let me give you another demo. Since the start date of the software testing is controlling, so the start date, see, I'm going to physically change the start date of the software testing. I am not going to touch the defect fixing, but you observe that what happens here. What do you observe? The defect fixing is moving along because the start date of the software testing is controlling the start date of the defect fixing. The start date of the defect fixing is automatically changing and it is moving
Yes, sir.
with the software testing. The defect fixing is moving with the software testing. And if I am bringing back the software testing, and then it is also coming back like this. Okay, is
Yes, sir.
this clear?
Yes, sir.
So it is also coming back like this. Okay. Now I think I have stimulated your thought process good enough. So now I'm going to write here P and S. Okay. Now, can you think of any example from your civil engineering domain and you can write it here? You can substitute this.
I didn't get you, sir. You mean like piling and structure, sir?
Yeah, you write it, then we will talk about it. You just think of it, that what you might have done in the past, or what do you think it is already a known thing. Think of it, what you have done in the past.
Like like the activity, sir? You mean?
No, you think of any example.
Like like the concrete precast or piling work, actually piling work, right?
No, you think of it yourself and you write it, and then we will talk about it. First, you write the predecessor, and then you write the successor. Piling and structure. So you wrote the piling and structure. So you can tell me that how is the piling is a predecessor to the structure, and just give me a visualization.
Yes, sir. Like the foundation, sir. I mean, like if you can have the foundation, like first the groundwork and like getting the site cleared, and after that, if you have the foundation, then on that you have the structure built, right, sir?
Okay. So suppose if I cancel the piling activities, suppose if I say that I'm not doing the piling, so can you do the structure?
Not at all, sir.
No. So it means that there is a dependency. So if there is a dependency, and if you feel that if both are started at the same time, so it saves time and it can be technically started. So then this is a good example, right?
Yes, sir.
So then I can visualize this. So I've been working with a lot of civil engineers, and I can understand the piling and the structure. Now let me give you an example of the finish to start. No, I mean the finish to finish. Oh, okay, there is an activity which is happening, that is the software development. Okay, now this activity is happening for say 24 days. I mean it is planned for 24 days. Now there is a requirement of the user manual. Now the technical writer is the guy, he's sitting in front of me. So, I write his activity like this, write user manual. Okay. See, normally what the people will do, let's say if the user manual is going to take 10 days, so I put here 10 days, the duration. Normally, how the people are going to plan. So, they are going to plan. So they say, let the software be developed. And after that, we can start writing the user manual. So if you put them both into the finish to start, there is nothing technically wrong. See, technically, it is absolutely fine. So let the software be developed completely. Then the person who is the technical writer, he will look at the software and he looks at the screen to screen and he completes the manual, and the manual is ready in 10 days. But if you look at the overall duration, what does it look like? 34 days, right?
Yes, sir.
Now, what happened that I am a new age guy, so I tell the user manual, I mean the technical guy who's going to write the user manual guy, I tell him that your user manual should be ready the day the my software development is complete. Okay.
Yes, sir.
So is this clear?
Yes, sir.
Okay. Now what happens is that so I just plan his task like this. I say that you should finish your user manual the day the software development is complete. I align his task, write user manual in the finish to finish the arrangement. Now what happens, since he's going to take 10 days, the software tells him that you should get started by the 17th. So he can get started by the 17th. That will give him 10 days, 10 working days to complete the manual. So then the software, when the software is completed, the user manual is also completed. Right? So is this clear?
Yes, sir.
Okay. Now I will tell you the dependency check. Suppose if I cancel the software development activity, will I need to write the user manual?
No, sir.
No. So it means that the writing of the user manual is dependent upon the software development activity, right? Correct?
Yes, sir.
If the software development happens, then we will need to write the user manual. Now, the finish date, if you look carefully, the finish date of the user manual is controlled by the finish date of the software development. How? Suppose if I put here, instead of the 24 days, if I put here 30 days, just look on the finish date. I'm only changing 3.1. That is the predecessor. Now, what happens to the successor? Look there. You see that?
Yes, sir.
The successor finish date moves along. See.
Yes, sir.
See that?
Yes, sir.
But the successor date won't change if I change the duration of the successor. If I change
Yes,
the
sir.
duration of the successor to 12 days, now the start date of the write user manual will be preponed, but the finish date won't change, right? So
Yes, sir.
is this thing clear?
Yes, sir.
Okay. So this is what it is. So this is the finish to finish. Now the dependency is there, because if the dependency is there, so just a moment, let me redo this. Can you click on the redo button till you get once more redo? There is a time lag between your system and mine.
Yes, sir.
Just a moment. Okay, fine. Now we have got it, so we are going to save this thing. We are going to save. Okay. Now here in the software development, I'm going to put here P. So P is the predecessor. So yeah, here, just a minute. I'm not getting the response from your system. Yeah, P. So that is P for the predecessor. And
Successor, right, sir?
then S for the successors. S for the successors. Now, can you think of some example which is a very good fit for the finish, where you have a predecessor. When you finish that, and it is useful to finish the successor as well.
Yes, sir. One second, sir. Uh, mm,
So you can write some short and sweet name for the predecessor and then the successor.
yes, so these two, sir. I mean, the painting works related to the interior, sir.
Painting works and the furniture setup. So you want both of them to be finished at the same time. Now, let me do a dependency check. The dependency check is like this. Suppose if I'm canceling the painting works, can I do the furniture setup independently?
Uh, yes, sir. Can set up, sir.
Yeah, if the furniture setup can be done independently, it means very clearly that they are not dependent. If they are not dependent, there should be no relationship. So
Okay, sir.
don't put any
So,
if they are not
so
actually.
can I keep one more example, sir?
Yeah, you write one more.
Like maybe re I mean, constructing the retaining wall or at least an uh, a li- a wall, interior wall or something. And after that, like you can do only the painting when the wall is constructed.
Or retaining wall construction. Okay, let me ask you this question. Suppose if I'm not doing the retaining wall construction, so can I
Yes,
still
sir.
do the painting works?
Cannot, sir. I mean, like I did not mention here clearly, but it's like painting that retaining wall only, sir. That wording.
Yeah, so it means that it is correct. So if I finish them both at the same time, so somewhere in the middle, the painting work will start. So a part of the retaining wall will be constructed. So in this portion, so this much portion of the wall will be constructed. So once the wall is there, then the painting work can start, and then painting work can speed up till the end of the project, and it can cover. Now, what happens that now I'm going to introduce to you the concept of the lag time. Okay, now what is the lag time? What happens is that in the painting work cannot be concluded on exactly the last day of the retaining wall construction, because the retaining wall has to be constructed and be available for the painting works. So what do? You put here a lag time. Now, what is the lag time? Lag time is called useful delay. Okay. Now, what do? You tell the painting works, okay, guys, you can take 2 days more beyond the finish of the retaining wall construction. Okay. So I'm not getting the click on your system. So I mean, the response is too slow. Can you
So
write like this 12 FS plus 2? 12 FF plus 2. After the 12 FF, you can write 2. Yeah.
that's it, sir.
Yeah. At the end of the FF, you write plus 2.
Yes, sir.
Now you share it again. I don't know, the sharing is gone.
So is it visible, sir?
Yeah, I think it is coming up. Okay, now it is visible. So you can hear my voice?
Yes, sir.
Okay. Now let me see what is the response like. So now, yeah, now the response has improved a little bit. Now let me give you the example of start to finish. Now start to finish can be understood by better by a situation. So here, if you look down, so here is the example. Okay. Now let us read this. Now you read this start to finish situation. So after
I
reading,
have
so
yes, sir.
you can answer this question.
I
Okay.
have to catch a train that departs at 5 p.m. from station. It takes 1 hour from home to station on the road travel. When should I start from home so as not to miss the train at all?
So read the line number two. It says it takes 1 hour.
1 hour from home to station on the road travel.
So at what time you think that you should be starting?
Generally, at 4 would be enough, sir. But I'm not sure if there is like any traffic or not. At least 4:30 or 3. I mean, like
No.
3:30 or 3.
Okay. So let us start at 3:30 as you said, and let us run through this test. So I say that I start at 3:30. Yeah. So after he started at 3:30 p.m., that what happens? That while on the way, the 10 minutes, the cab driver says that, boss, I need to change the tire. So 10 minutes is gone in the tire change.
Yes,
Okay.
sir.
Now, then another 10 minutes is gone in the route change. He says that there is some problem with the usual route. The GPS is recommending another route. So, the 20 minutes are gone in the tire change and the 10 minutes are gone in the route change. So now you tell me one thing. First question is that, can I catch the train?
Yes, sir.
Yeah. So at what time do I reach? At what time do I reach?
4:50.
Yeah, 4:50. Yeah. That is the benefit of the benefiting. And I'm sure that you have not missed your exam, right? Did you ever miss your exam in school days or your college days?
No, sir.
Because the exams are always were start to finish. Now, what does
Yes.
it mean? It means that the start date and time of the exam, of a flight, and of a train, all these three events, they are predetermined. You only choose for the date and time of the flight as per your convenience. But of course, you can't choose for the exam because it is predetermined by the examination board of either the school or the country board, right?
Yes, sir.
Country's examination board. You just only have to basically keep a tab of that, and you have to do all your preparations, and you have to reach the examination hall prior to the start of the examination, right? It doesn't hurt. Now,
Yes.
suppose if you reach the railway station at 4:30 and you wait for 30 minutes, it's not a problem. The problem is that if by chance you miss the train, or if you by chance you miss the flight, then it can cause a lot of loss of monetary loss and business loss, and maybe some other kind of loss. Okay, so you have to understand, what does the train say? If the train were a person, it would be saying to you that before I start, okay, before I start moving from the railway platform, so you should finish your task of reaching the railway platform, right?
Yes, sir.
Now, what does the flight say to you? Before I start the departure, you should finish reaching the boarding gate before I depart, before I
Yes.
start, right?
Yes, sir.
So examination says to you that before I start, you should finish your task of reaching the examination hall before I start, right?
Yes, sir.
So, there is an example of the cinema also. Like there is a movie starting at 5 p.m. The movie says to you that before I start, you should finish reaching your seat. Okay. Before I start, you should finish reaching your seat, right? Your task of reaching your seat. But movie is one place that you are not prevented from entering. But the fact is that if you suppose the movie is going to start at 5 p.m., and you miss the synopsis of 10 minutes or 15 minutes or so, and you can see a lot of actions is happening on the movie screen, but you have no clue, you have no idea what the story is all about. You'll not be
Yes, sir.
able to enjoy the story, right? So start to finish is something that we are aware of, right? You are aware. So you are catching the flight between Thailand and your hometown. Definitely, you are not missing any flight, right? Is it clear?
Yes, sir.
So when you went to the home last time, you did not miss the flight either from the Thailand or either from your home to Thailand. So
Yes, sir.
you have basically planned it in advance. So you have reached the airport. I mean, your basically the boarding gate itself. So you have targeted the boarding gates at say 1 hour earlier. It doesn't hurt. You just go there and lie down on the lounge chair. It doesn't hurt. Now you know what hurts if you miss the flight. If you see the flight just down the runway. Okay. So that is something which is very hurtful. So you plan early, you go early, and even if you are at the lounging the chair, and if you fall asleep, definitely the all the people those who are catching the flight or on the same door, so they will push you, they'll nudge you, sir, your flight is going, you please join the queue, right? You still won't miss it. Okay. So if you're near the door, right? Is it clear?
Yes, sir.
That is the start to finish situation. Now, I'm not going to ask you any example, but I'm going to teach you that how to represent it. So I'm going to tell you a situation. What's happening that here in India, we are all upgrading all our mobile towers to the 5G, right? So
Yes.
there is a task here, activate 5G signal. Activate 5G signal. Now, to activate it, there is a subject matter expert who is required to do it. So this subject matter expert is in the ratio of 1:5. So there is one subject matter expert for 5 projects. Now, due to which there is a resource constraint. So when there is a resource constraint, so boss says that, okay, you first talk to the resource because he's a high value resource, and he's a highly skilled resource, and he is available in the ratio of one person to 5 projects. You take his appointment. Okay. Okay. Now the thing is that we have to understand these things. Now, the activate 5G signal, so I call him, he says that, look, boss, I would be able to come on this date. So indicates to me this date. So can you read the time scale on the top and what date he is giving me as the appointment? You can read
Right.
15 January to that day.
Can you again repeat it, sir?
So I call up the subject matter expert and I tell him that I want you to come to activate the 5G signal. Can you give me an appointment? Can you tell me a date when you can come? So he tells me that he can come on this date, which I have indicated with the arrow. So
Okay.
can you read this date? You have to read
16,
the time scale.
19, sir.
19, correct. 15, 16, 17, 18, 19. So he says that he will be, so I have to physically move this activity to the 19 and after that plan the inputs. So first of all, let me move this activity to the 19. So he says that he would be coming on the 19th. So I go, see, I'm going to teach you constraint in the next level. So I'm using the constraint as a matter of convenience right now, just to illustrate, okay? So then I go to the month of January because I'm planning this project in the month of January only. So I go to the month of the January and then 19th. I select 19th, then this activity gets placed on the 19th. Now I ask him that before you come, that what should be ready? He said that you guys should be installed with three things: install hardware, firmware, and software. These three things should be installed and ready. So then I call my team and I tell them, guys, that if you have to install hardware, software, and firmware, so I want you guys to install all these three things. If you need 6 days, it's okay. But this your job should be completed 3 days before the activation of 5G signal because the subject matter expert is coming on the 19th of January. If these three things are not ready, he will give the next appointment after 1 month. Next appointment will be given after 1 month, right? If we miss the deadline. Now you tell me that what is 19 January minus 3 days? Which date will that be?
16, sir.
Okay. Now this is the successor. Now, what is the home address of the predecessor?
Wait, 16, sir.
16. You write here 16. First of all, you write here 16. You go into this predecessor. Now, what is the relationship start to finish? SF. You write here SF. Now I'm introducing to you the concept of lead time. Lead means earlier time, earlier
Yes, sir.
than the predecessor. So in the
So minus, sir.
so you write here -3. Just write only -3. Don't put D. -3, and press enter. Press enter. So instantly you will see that what the software does, the software is telling you that your successor should be completed by 16th because you said now. So this is the first target date, -1. This is the -2, and this is the -3, right? And on which date he is going to come? He is going to come on the 19th. Do you see the green arrow?
Yes, sir.
Now, why do we call it the lead time? Because lead means early. So lead means early, leading, leader. The leader means ahead, someone who is ahead, someone who is basically guiding from the front. He is a leader. Leading time is called earlier time, right? So is
Yes,
this
sir.
now? So basically, we want the successor to be completed earlier. Basically, what the flight is telling you, the flight is telling you you should finish reaching the boarding gate earlier than me, before me, right? Is it clear? So that
Yes.
is why you said that I'm going to put a lead time of 1 hour. So lead time of 1 hour means that you are telling yourself if the flight is going to take off at 5 p.m., I'm going to target the boarding gate at 4 p.m. So guys, what is the gap between 4 p.m. and 5 p.m.? This 1 hour gap, lead time.
Yes, sir.
And it is a good practice. Can you just imagine? Can you target to reach the boarding gate at 5 p.m.?
Cannot, sir. If we do
You
that,
should not
we miss the flight.
Yeah, because it might turn out to be horribly wrong. You might be stuck in traffic, on that particular date, because I've noticed sometimes when I took a lot of the lead time, a lot of lead time was consumed on the way also. So I've always, caught my flights. Always I could catch my flights. Okay. So once I was planning to go to the international airport, the new airport, and I wanted to enjoy. I'd heard that it looks very beautiful. I said, okay, why reach 1 hour earlier? Why not reach 3 hours earlier? Okay, you know what happened? I took a cab 3 hours, with a lead time of 3 hours. And on the way, we got so badly stuck in the traffic. I don't know what was happening. So I reached 1 hour earlier only on that day. So
Okay.
now you could just imagine if I targeted for the 1 hour late time, I would have missed my flight.
Exactly, sir.
Okay, I had no idea that's is going to happen. I just thought, oh, that's a new airport. I should go through the shopping malls. The new airport is like a lot of interesting. So after I reached the airport, I got frightened on the way. I might miss my flight. Then I realized that all the extra lead time, the 2 hours extra lead time, which I had put on top of the 1 hour, so that is getting consumed. And when I reached the airport, it was exactly 1 hour before that on the outer gate. So when I reached the boarding gate, it was like some 30 minutes. Okay, so within 30 minutes, my flight was ready to go. So, this is what happens. Okay, so sometimes you plan for something, then you find that, okay, the risk was even big. So you
Exactly.
have to be very, very careful with this start to finish. Because the start to finish, I'll just tell you that how you can find them. Start to finish is due to one reason why it is happening. So I'm going to write it. Number one reason is resource constraint. So when you have to share a high value resource, so this is the current example, right? The current example is resource constraint. Second, there can be a special request from client. It happens very much often in the IT industry. The clients have a special request to complete something earlier. Special request from client to complete a component earlier than plan, right?
Yes,
Special
sir.
request from client to complete a component earlier than plan. See, if it is earlier than plan, then I have to convert it into start to finish.
Yes,
If
sir.
going according to plan, the finish date, the start date of the creation of the component, it can float according to the predecessor. But if the client says, no, I want it on a particular date, then it immediately converts into start to finish. Now, if you look at this, these three are very easy. Now I'm going to write something here and you just take a note.
Sure, sir.